Greetings, friends. We're moving forward. We're moving forward into a brave new world of Cathryn Mellender tonight with her trial testimony. But first, we need to go through some of her remaining interview footage. Now, I've just found out how damn long part 2 is. But there's a really interesting part I want to cover where they try and take her phone and she's not having any of it because well, we'll get there. It's quite funny, though. She doesn't want them to see certain pictures, and there's this really bizarre conversation she starts having with the police. More on that later. So I'm hoping that the 2 hours that the part 2 runs for is mainly her waiting in a room on her own, and we can just skip forward through the video. I remember there was a lot of her waiting in the room the first time I watched it, and we haven't seen much of that yet. So as time moves on, as the detectives move on, as the investigation moves on, perhaps there will be more Cathryn Mellender waiting in the room. So we've got the Pooh Bear on trial. We've got Cathryn Mellender in the hot seat. Do the detectives know that she's an innocent, unwitting, unwilling, what is the word? Benowing? What is the word I'm looking for? Someone help me out in the comments. Where is my vocabulary? Well, it's back at a reasonable hour. It was brilliant at 5:30 this afternoon. But now it's 1 a.m. and we're having coffee again at night again. That's okay. We slept till about 12:30 in the afternoon today, so it's practically a witching hour.
Gone. We come knocking. Obviously, he makes the report. Did he seem happy that we were at least helping try to find his parents?
Hello, Pepper, and I've just seen you in the chat, our very own resident Hot Chili Pepper. Thank you so much for your support on buymeacoffee.com, Pepper, and I hope you saw my thank you message because it was very much appreciated that you sent such a nice message along with your gesture of support, and couldn't be more appreciated. So thank you very much, Pepper, and enjoy the show.
Yeah.
He talked to you when we first came here. He was like, do you have any news?
Yeah.
I texted him through. He's like, they haven't heard anything. The cabin's empty. We were talking after Mitch left. I was like, hey, Danny's because my friend Danny's mom died of cancer. His mom's sick. So he's like,
I was just watching a little bit of the trial testimony of Cathryn Mellender before the show, and I'd forgotten, but Attorney Brown, Special Prosecutor Brown, is questioning her about the extent of Chandler Halderson's lies, and this dipshit kid had a huge whiteboard in his room. I'd forgotten all about this, guys. He had a huge whiteboard in his room with his fake solar projects on, right? He's got his equations all mapped out. He's got a schematic diagram of the building where he's going to install solar panels. And he's saying, well, we can't put them at this angle because the building is near a highway and we have to take into account the angle of the sun because part of my challenge within the project is to avoid the possibility of blinding drivers, right? He's actually, pacing up and down his room with a big whiteboard pen in his hand, thinking, yes, how am I going to solve this riddle? It's all up to me. We have to take into account the angle of the sun. I mean, the lengths, the bizarre lengths this guy went. It's often said, I'm not going to repeat it because it's said all the time, well, it would have been less effort for him just to get a job. Yes, it would have been. But, if he'd have just gotten a job, that would not allow him. That would force him to accept who he is. And there's been some chatter today about, was Chandler Halderson influenced by the video game and forced to commit this violent act? No. That's not what's happening at all. The problem is that Chandler Halderson cannot accept his position in the world. He can't accept that he's not glorious. He can't accept that he's not looked up upon as the lead captain swimmer and Wisconsin, you know, he's just, but in game, while he's in game, he can't deal with the fact in his real life that he's basically a nobody. He's just your average dipshit kid, right? But in game, he is somebody. He's a character in his own mind. He might be a real good shot in the game or good at, you know, doing all that game stuff, solving the mission and tactical thinking and, you know, a leader in the virtual world. And, you know, that's who he needs to be. He needs others to see him be that character. And he can't deal with the fact that he's not that character in his real life. So his real life becomes almost peripheral to his sense of self, right? It doesn't matter because he is that character in the game. That's where his obsession is. That's where his total reckless thinking and willingness to decapitate his parents' heads and kill them and dispose of them in the most brutal, disrespectful way imaginable. I mean, it's horrific what he did to his loving parents. Yeah. It's just, anyway, sidetrack. This video is about Cathryn, so that's our subject today. But I just thought I'd mention that about the fucking whiteboard in the room, big list of equations, schematic diagram of a building, pacing up and down, solving the problems of the project, the imaginary project that's all in his fucking head. Sicko.
His mom probably took that money and they're going to live life, you know, going to the casinos, winning big and like just, you know, having fun. And Chandler's like, yeah, they're at the casino, they're like having such a good time, like they're racking up that money, you gotta stay there till they blow it all. It's like, yes.
And what is this? Why would you, as a cover story, make something that is so unbelievably out of character? This guy, Bart Halderson, does not gamble at all, would not even think of it. Why? Because he knows that the odds are rigged in favor of the house. I mean, not rigged, or stacked is the better way, right? The odds are stacked in the favor of the house. So even if you win, eventually you'll lose. Anybody knows that. And you're not going to have Bart Halderson, accountant, frugal man, go into a casino. Why is that his cover story? Why? He should have said, hey, my dad's disappeared for the weekend because he just heard that there's a huge sale on toilet paper. And usually we stock up for the next year of toilet paper from Costco. But if he gets this score, we're going to be set for the next decade in toilet paper. That's what he should have said. And he just couldn't wait. He blew off work because he had to go and buy this toilet paper. He said he was going to save 4 cents on every roll. He couldn't contain himself. He just got in the car and he went. 4 cents on every roll. Saving of the decade.
Yeah. You know, they're just at the casino living life. He's like, yep, they're just winning. You know, trying to stay positive. Talk about what they're probably doing. Like,
did they have any problems with anybody?
The Haldersons?
Yeah. Gotta ask.
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing I heard is like Miss Halderson doesn't always get along with her boss, you know, but doesn't mean all the time. Like, she made him like a gumball out of his head for his Christmas present.
She made her boss a gumball out of his head. What is that? I think she's got that the other way around, right? Krista, for her boss's Christmas present, made the head of her boss out of a gumball. Okay. Is that a thing? If we put that into Google Images, is something going to come up? Let's check.
Like a gumball machine, because he always has like nuts. They got him a bag of nuts and like a gumball machine. And it was like a Mr. Halderson and Miss Halderson project to make it look like him. Okay. So it would dispense nuts on his desk.
I mean, that sounds hilarious. They made a nut dispenser out of the boss's head. Or not out of his head, but they made it look like his head. That sounds brilliant. Does that thing exist? I hope it's the boss's like prized, treasured possession in his house, right on the center of the mantelpiece in the living room, you know. the gumball machine nut dispensing head of the boss.
All right.
Like, maybe the McDonald's workers his dad would yell at through the speaker or something.
Okay. How was Chandler?
Yeah, it must have been those McDonald's workers that came round. Now I'm having flashbacks to maybe Danny, a lot of his students didn't love him. Maybe he gave a student a bad grade. He gave a student a bad grade, and that student came and shot him in the head. Yeah, Bart Halderson sat outside the fucking drive-thru at McDonald's and said, I ordered a bacon cheese, and this is a bacon cheese deluxe double. Unacceptable.
This weekend was
Can we get the manager out here?
he sleeping and eating and
Like, he ate well up until Sunday. Because, like, you know, just emotional Monday, but, like, I made him eat. And then, like, didn't eat all Tuesday because he was worried, except the wings we got him. And I made sure he took leftovers with him so we could have something to eat. He said he had a peanut butter fold over yesterday, and, like, his Dan and Mary bought him, like, a pizza so he could eat, but he's really worried. He's having a hard time eating.
You don't think he had anything to do with his mom and dad being unheard from?
No. All my friends I've talked to, they're like, no, not Chandler. No.
I'm sure he'll find a character to play in prison, Amy. You know, now he's the gumball machine.
Like, that'd be crazy. Sorry, I sound very monotone right now, but, like, just no.
Oh, hang on. They've just asked her if Chandler did it. What did they say?
Yesterday, and, like, his Dan and Mary bought him, like, a pizza so he could eat, but he's really worried. He's having a hard time eating.
You don't think he had anything to do with his mom and dad being unheard from?
No. No. All my friends I've talked to, they're like, no, not Chandler. No.
You know, I think we're seeing some clues, and I don't think she knows it herself yet, but just in the way that she's reacting to this and what we would later see in her behavioral responses to the situation and her reluctance to even entertain the idea. You know, she's on the phone with him while he's in jail, and she's like, if this happens again, I'll kick your ass. It's not going to happen again, girl. Okay. He's not coming out, you know, and, you know, her reluctance to face the situation. I think we're seeing early signs of that here on a subconscious level from here. She's just like, no, I can't even, no, just no. You know, she's just unable to even bring that into an arena of consideration at all. Okay.
No. Like, that'd be crazy. Sorry, I sound very monotone right now, but, like,
And welcome, Dan Bailey. Good to see you, man.
just no. No. Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Not a mean bone in his body?
Well, everyone has a mean bone. They even said Mother Teresa was a dick sometimes, like. But I just don't see him killing Mr. and Mrs.
Yeah, I can just see Mother Teresa yelling at the McDonald's employees through the drive-through speaker saying, you guys have messed up my order for the third time in 1 month, and I've had it, okay? Manager, now you're refunding this whole meal, and I want extra fries. You're refunding everything, and I want extra fries as compensation. I'm Mother Teresa, and all I want is my hot meal.
Halderson, like, he had SpaceX. Like, why would he jeopardize something he, like, would dream of, you know? Like,
I love that she brings that into the reason that he wouldn't kill his parents. Why would he do it? He has SpaceX. Elon Musk has invited him for lunch on the moon, and they're taking the rocket out next week for a test drive. Okay? Why would he do it? He has SpaceX.
There's parents. For Christmas, they got him and his brother matching tool sets. Like, come on. He cooks.
Yeah, because there was an offer on at Costco, and Bart probably got one for himself. They're probably really bad tools. You use the socket wrench once, and it rounds out the head, you know.
Dinner for them. They have root beer floats together. They play Mario Kart whenever his parents want to. Like,
What's the sound that Yoshi makes in Mario Kart? Yippee! No, what is it? What is it? What does Yoshi say in Mario Kart?
And his brother Mitchell, you think?
Select your player. Select match. God, that was a good game. You see, that's where I come from with video games.
Mitchell,
Yeah, he's
a leaf in the wind.
okay.
Even if he tried, they could just like push him over and he'd like break. No. Mitch out.
Yeah, if you think Chandler's skinny, you ought to see Mitchell. I mean, look, no disrespect, Mitchell, but man, put on some weight. Lift something, please.
No.
And any friends or relatives that they've been having problems with that you can think of? No.
No. I mean, Miss Halderson didn't really like Mr. Halderson's side of the family, but they're also like Republican, conservative, and she's like very Democrat. So I just
Is she blue no matter who?
I just can't see someone killing them. Like, that's the thing. Like, I thought, like, maybe they got into a car accident. Like, maybe their car's on the side of the road. Like, I even thought, like, maybe that happened and someone took them to the hospital and they're just Jane and John Doe.
God, isn't it something where that is the best case scenario? You're hoping that they've had a terrible car accident, someone's taken to the hospital, and they're sitting in the morgue unidentified. That is the best case scenario here. That kind of says something about the severity of the situation, doesn't it?
Like, if someone killed them, it would have to be someone they, like, didn't know. Like, I just can't see them, like, owing a loan shark money and then, like, them getting him, or like having problems with the mob, you know? They're just
problems with the mob, Bart was ordering toilet paper for the mob, and there was an issue with a third-party service provider, and Paul Castellano's not happy. Yeah, Amy, Yoshi is the best. I think he was the fastest, Sometimes I would choose Bowser because he's cool. And occasionally you'd go for Mario or Luigi, but never Princess Peach. Who would choose Princess Peach to race?
it's not that type of people. Like, I just can't see someone killing them.
I imagine you and Chandler had this conversation, like all the what ifs,
Like,
car accident.
I didn't bring up the car accident to him. I think our main thing was they're off throwing money everywhere. We don't talk about other stuff.
He hasn't had that concern that something else could have happened.
I don't think he wants.
Yeah, right, Carrie, who says, I'm sure it didn't help that her mom was in such denial too. I mean, her mom, Cathryn, by the time trial rolls around, Cathryn seems to have like come to terms. Well, maybe not come to terms, but realized that this situation is very serious and he did this very, very bad thing. But the mom is on the stand also at another time in her own witness testimony, and she still seems like clueless. She's almost smiling and waving at Chandler. I mean, what the hell?
Think about that. Like, he's obviously worried. Like, they're not at the cabin. Sorry, I'm emotional.
You're fine.
And it's like, no one wants to think that. Like, you can see himself just saying, they're like blowing all the money. They're just trying to live life. They went like and extended their vacation somewhere. Like, no one wants to think anything happened to them. And like we haven't talked about it throughout 20 minutes. We're like, what would happen if something happened to his parents? I just don't even think he wants to think about it.
Want some paper towel or anything, Kleenex?
Yes, please.
I'm gonna get you some.
Thank you. I sweat.
Just ice water, no big deal.
It's dusty in here.
I know.
In
I don't even know the
90s.
last time we cleaned in here.
There's honestly like a layer of dust.
1992.
Yeah, see, so that could be the contributing factor.
Lisa and I were talking about how it looks like it's from the 90s in here.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
I thought it was 70s colors, but I also around in the 90s. So.
I want to say this is probably like the 90s, 80s like vibe.
Mhm.
It's probably like straight out of someone's like living room.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Toadstool. Yeah. Yeah. The mushroom. I'm the mushroom.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
I mean, you didn't upset me. Like I said, I think it's more concerning if I wasn't emotional.
Yeah.
If I was like, no, nothing bad happened to them. I think that'd be a little more concerning. You know?
Yeah.
Do you cry in front of Chandler?
I cry in front of everyone.
Okay.
I'm emotional,
Okay.
but mostly in front of Chandler.
Has he cried?
Like, he doesn't cry in front of people. Like, he told me Monday he cried. Usually one and gets his cry out. And he's like, if I come over, like, and I cry, don't break up with me. I'm like, that's a stupid reason to break up over someone, you know? Being raised on his dad who doesn't really show emotion, it's like a don't cry type of thing. You know? No offense, but men.
I get it.
Sorry, George.
It's okay.
Did you know if your mucus is green, that means you might be getting sick soon?
Is your mucus green?
It was white. So,
There you go. You're not sick.
Yeah.
So what was Chandler upset about on Monday? The doctor's appointment?
the doctor's appointment and losing the job.
Okay.
And I'm sure on top of it, like, his mom not texting him.
But she did text him on Sunday.
Mhm.
So how was his demeanor on Sunday?
He's having fun. Like, walking around the pool, enjoying food, chatting,
Okay.
talking with my mom and his girlfriend, playing with the dogs. Like, we brought the dogs with us and they love running around the farm.
His dogs?
No,
Your dogs?
Yes.
Okay.
his dogs cannot handle being in a car.
Oh, okay.
Like, Rizzo has to wear a diaper, a thunder shirt. Someone has to be, like, holding her.
Oh, wow.
Like, when we were there, they're like, because Mitch was
That does not sound like the sort of dog that should ever be around Chandler Halderson. I can't imagine that he's got a soothing aura that a dog, you know how dogs dig the aura that we can't see because we're stupid people. Chandler Halderson's aura it's not a good aura, okay? It's not a good aura for a nervous dog.
calling the family friend to, like, come over. And they're like, can't, like, a neighbor just come take him over to their house? I'm like, no, they cannot leave the house. They can go in the backyard, the front yard, but any other setting is going to be too much. And Rizzo might, like, she lunges at people and, like, barks at you, but, like, she won't bite you. But it looks like she's going to bite you. Like, I warned the officers, obviously, about that, but, like, you know, I've seen a cop shoot a dog, so
Okay.
it just, I don't want them to move the dogs.
Okay. Do you know when he got the text message? It's a text message, right? It wasn't a call?
I think it was, yeah, it was a text message, I believe.
Okay.
I thought it was Saturday. He said it was Sunday,
Okay.
but I don't know. So I just know there was a text message saying that they got to the lake.
So after the text message, he was enjoying the festivities, like talking with people.
Yeah.
in the pool.
Mhm.
Did he appear to be happy since he got the text message?
Yeah.
Okay.
Parents texted me. Okay.
You were with him when you got the text.
I believe so, yeah.
You were with him?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. No Snapchats of that?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I think I remember him, like, saying it to me, you know?
Okay. And it was just Sunday when you were at the farm, you think?
I think at the farm.
Okay.
We called Mitchell on Sunday at the house.
Any reason for his parents to want to take off and mash?
His mom being sick. That's all I can think. Like I said, I can't see them running from a loan shark. Or one of my friends was like, maybe they robbed a bank in the 70s and like their person they were doing it with was like, hey, we're gonna get caught, let's leave. Like,
Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it? You know, they robbed a bank in the 70s. Of course, in the 70s, they were barely 9 years old. You know, what is it? 2021. Bart's 51, so he's born in 70. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't be robbing a bank in the 70s.
I mean, sometimes people are like, I want to get out of here. They have a couple other family members help them, plan their disappearance. So he obviously didn't want you to hold on to anything or get rid of anything that were his parents or anything.
no.
No.
Like I said, the whole
Not like you can't hold this or get rid of this.
No.
Okay.
I just had an idea, Amy. We could go and buy a Nintendo 64. And you know how all these cool kids out there are like live streaming their Escape from Tarkov and Call of Duty and all of these super like modern, super graphics, super lifelike graphics games. Well, is anyone live streaming like Mario 64? That should be my market. I could handle that. I bet people do that anyway, don't they? They go back and play like old Sonic the Hedgehog games and Mario games and stream that. Does anybody watch this stuff? Twitch, I think the platform is called, where people stream the game and then there's a picture-in-picture of a video of them playing the game and they talk. You know, it's a bit like what we do here, but with things that don't matter. But yeah, we should do a throwback. I'll go and buy a Nintendo 64 tomorrow and hook it up to a live stream. That might actually be a good idea.
He's very like, even when he.
Yeah, you've got it, Dan. GoldenEye 64 was incredible. Do you remember the golden gun? Just killed anything with one bullet. That was sick. I think that was even before you could do like cheats and have, infinite ammo of every weapon. It was like you had to earn it. You had to earn everything.
He had his apartment and like I wandered into one of his roommates' rooms once. He's like, no, you don't belong there, you don't go there, like that's not your space. Like I've never been in his parents' room, I've never been in like the guest bedroom. Like he's like, that's not our space, you don't go in it.
Oh, can you game on Discord, Carrie? Is that what it's for? Is that why the logo is a control pad? Okay, I gotta look into this. So, write this down. Buy Nintendo 64 and stream game to Discord. We're gonna make millions.
Doesn't take or touch his parents' things. Like, except when trying to find clues for you guys.
Sure.
Wouldn't give me anything of his parents to like run away with.
Yeah.
I'd be like, why? I borrowed his mom's hairdryer Sunday to dry my hair, but that's it. But it's still there. I left it.
You're fine. We're not worried about a hairdryer.
Bigger things to worry about.
Okay.
Quick break. You have to use the bathroom again. You good? You want to make any calls, or we know you're okay? Want to make any calls, or?
My friend in Berlin, Germany, probably thinks I'm dead.
Berlin, Germany.
Yeah. Her name's Kira Van Setten. She was an exchange student my junior year.
Cool.
Oh, no, it's 7. She's sleeping.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Do you mind if we step out for a sec?
Go ahead.
Maybe we'll be right back.
Unless you're going to throw shade. But I prefer to put it on my face.
You know what?
No,
Fair
we would
shade.
definitely do it in front of you. Like, that's just the type of person
Shade in front of the face. Okay.
Of course. Totally honest. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, we are so far behind with this. Look, there's thousands of videos about streaming Mario 64. Look at this guy. He's done a full game 100% walkthrough, and he's got 8.3 million views. How much is that worth? I think that's worth about... How much is that worth? 8.3 million views. Is that 80 grand? 8,300,000 divided by 1,000 equals times 10 equals... I think that's worth $83,000. What the fuck? Okay, we're in the wrong business. Soap, underline it. Nintendo 64, tomorrow. Mario, live stream. Should we check this video out?
It's me, Mario.
It's me, Mario.
Hello.
God, I bet Chandler Halderson would kill just to watch this video.
Okie dokie.
There she is, Amy.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Okay, skip to the end. Look how pixelated that writing is. I remember seeing this for the first time and being blown away. Like, oh my God, it's 3D. You can go in any direction. You don't have to just go to the right. Yeah.
Here we go.
It wasn't that good. Oh. Hey, test in the chat, guys. Have we actually lost audio here? Because I get a pop-up that says you have lost audio, but someone tell me if there's no audio. Is there no audio? No, I mean for the video, Carrie. On this video. I mean, I know she's not talking, but... Oh, we do have audio. Okay. Good. All right, we can skip. Skipping. We're skipping. We're moving forward, guys. We're moving forward. Part 2. Part 2. Sound cue. Part 2. Oh, and shout out to Rottweiler Investigations. I didn't put a link in the description for the video because we're using several videos, but if anyone doesn't know, Rottweiler Investigations is a fantastic resource of trial footage, interrogation footage, and I feel simpatico with Rottweiler because they cover the cases that I most like, which is good for me. No joke, Dan. Like, I think I might actually do this. I'm trying to think how it would work, because Nintendo 64 is analog. I'm going to need to get like an adapter so it can go into StreamYard. I don't know. I guess I'd need a pretty solid internet connection. Otherwise, it's going to be like jerky. But man, 8.5 million views. If you could get a fraction of that, we could earn the money to reinvest into the True Crime Metrix channel. Yeah, maybe this really is what we should do. A mashup channel, games and crime. Oh, this is another good idea. Could we do that where we race Amy v Metrix on Mario Kart and stream that? Is that what people watch? Is that really what people watch? Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, okay. So you don't hear the video, the audio. Okay, I need to. You see, that's what I get for trying to catch up with comments. We'll go back. We need to stop screen. I did ask you fuckers. Yeah, we can hear you. I know you can hear me. I meant the video.
No, just trying to.
Nothing really happened. They just want some verification, and they asked if Chandler had a burn pit in the yard, and she said they did, and she's still like completely oblivious to any of these questions being, she's just completely oblivious.
Figure it out. So you said did he try to make a dump run on Saturday? You know what he was going to throw away?
There's like a tarp of like, a layer of dirt and like grass on it, because his parents just planted a tree before they left in the front yard.
Where's the tarp at?
Tragic.
Oh, that's all the more tragic, isn't it? You know, they've just planted a tree. They're thinking, you know, when we're gone, this will still be here. They're gone like the next day. When we're gone, this will be our legacy. We'll be able to look at this in 25 years when it's producing fruit, and when we're gone, it'll still stand here as a marker to our lives and time in DeForest, Wisconsin. Like
So
dead the next day.
it was there yesterday, I know.
They were today.
Yeah, so did he actually go to the dump?
No, it was closed.
Oh, he knew it was closed, so he never actually made it.
I don't know if he went there or like Googled it that it was closed, but
Okay.
it's been in the same spot, so just assume he Googled it. Did Liz not call my mom yet? I gave her the number last night, so just have to talk already.
I don't know. That was a good question.
I gave her my mom and her fiance's number.
Okay.
So she's got both. Crescent Lasai is my mom's fiance. We'll call it Crest for short.
And you go by Cat, but it's actually
Cathryn
Catherine.
Mellender. Cathryn.
Has he been? So he's been in your car, but he never actually drove it. This
Like,
weekend, like,
not-
since Thursday, when Mom and Dad left until
Not that I recall him driving it.
no, but he's been in it. Okay,
Usually rides shotgun.
he does, or
Is Cat his boner pit? Patricia.
Like if I'm tired one night, like he'll drive, or like I just don't feel like driving. But that's before the fall.
Yeah, Carrie, I was just thinking that when I read T Talk's message. T Talk says, Metrix, they say that females will intentionally play the video games wearing bikinis for streaming. And my first thought was, well, are any men doing that? And then Carrie's got down here, Metrix will have to wear a bikini. That could be our selling point. Right? You know, we've still got weather out here.
that text message that you said. So Sunday he gets a text message from his mom.
Mhm.
Did you hear it ding? How do you know he got a text message from her?
He told me.
He just told you?
Yeah.
Was it just kind of out of the blue? Or did he go and look at his phone and say, oh, my mom sent me a text? Or just come up in conversation like, oh, I got a text from my mom earlier. Do you remember?
No, just that he mentioned that he got a text from his mom. Is my mom okay?
Yeah, she wanted to make sure that if we were around Chandler, to let him know that she's thinking of him too. Because this is probably just one big misunderstanding.
Oh, Mitch called me. Can I call Mitch back? That's his brother.
Okay.
So popular.
So he broke it down. I'll tell you. There's like grass, dirt that's on a tarp. He was supposed to take that to the dump, so she doesn't know if he actually went or he Googled it or what. Never drove a car this weekend, but he was in it in the alley shotgun.
Chandler doesn't have his phone dusky.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I know Lenny. Lenny says she seems like a cool kid with such an interesting personality. What trauma when she finally woke up to the truth? I think it's still an ongoing process. I mean, certainly when we get to her on the stand, you just, I guess most people here in this chat have already seen the video, or at least parts of it, but she's all dressed in black. She's got a black face mask on because it's COVID, but she's leapt on the opportunity to wear one, right? It wasn't compulsory. And she kind of looks like a ninja. I mean, you can't see any of her clothes because they're so black that they just sort of disappear, right? It's like mourning. She's in mourning for the Haldersons, and just her demeanor comes across as completely broken. I mean, It's horrific. It's horrible to watch. It's like the burning of an innocent flower.
Like I said, our attention is with you, so we don't really know what's.
Fair enough.
But yeah, we're almost done. If so,
Want to know if he has an update about the cabin?
oh,
Because
that's right. You
7
went up
o'clock.
there, right?
Hmm?
I said, yeah, he went up there. He should be there by now.
What time do you think he told you he got the text from? It was Sunday. You remember the time?
Christina, you've completely ruined the bikini idea for me. Now I can't do it because I would feel like Russell Williams. You know, I was kind of looking forward to that. It's ruined now. Thanks, Christina.
After, I don't think it was at my mom's house. Probably like farm, maybe.
Were you shopping when he got it, or
Yeah.
you were with him?
I remember him verbally telling me.
I just remember if there was a ding. Just that at some point he's like, "Oh, my mom, I got a text from my mom."
Okay.
I don't think he was calling my mom often anyway.
What's that?
It's usually a vibrate his phone. Just gonna shoot him a text real fast.
Sure.
So Mitch and I sent each other memes, and this was our most recent one. That was on Sunday. Lobster with a stormtrooper
Uh-huh.
helmet holding a gun. His lobster said, "Gun lobster approves your meme."
I like that one.
We're good friends.
On the subject of Russell Williams, I know that there's a big call for us to cover that on this channel, but I kind of have a special thing in mind for that, and it requires a bit of preparation. You see, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Joe Girard's book, How to Close Every Sale, but it's fantastic, okay? And I have it somewhere around here. And what I wanted to do was, because Detective Sergeant Jim Smith comes across as such the perfect salesman in that interrogation. You know, I say all the time that great interrogators are just doing sales tactics, precious sales tactics, right? And Joe Girard's book here, I wanted to go through Joe Girard's book and, you know, find the teachings and examples that he gives in this book that are very similar to the teachings and examples of the interrogation conducted by Detective Sergeant Jim Smith, and draw parallels. You know, I thought that might be an interesting and fresh way to look at the Russell Williams interrogation. I don't want to do another video where everyone's like, yes, and what he's doing here is he's building rapport, and yes, what he's doing now is he's giving him the alternate question, and blah 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 blah. I want to do something fresh, something unmistakably Metrix, you know. So we're going to be doing a comparison video with Joe Girard's How to Close Every Sale. But it requires a bit of prep and a bit of reading for me. And, you know, I just don't have enough hours in the day.
So, you're good. So he gets a text on Sunday.
Yeah.
The mom.
I thought it was Saturday.
Yeah, you thought it was Saturday.
Yeah, but he said it was Sunday.
Okay. So you guys had a conversation. I'm guessing afterwards. At some point that he got a text. You thought it was Saturday, but he's telling you it was Sunday.
Yeah, I also get like little details mixed up quite often, like because it was like just a random moment. It's not like I was doing something. I remember like, oh, if we're in Target, I went to Target Friday. He mentioned it. Like it was like just a random. Oh, my mom texted me, so that they made it to the lake and that it's busy. That's what he said.
The man to the lake. It's busy.
Mhm.
Anything about what they're gonna do?
I think they said go on the lake. It's usually what they do.
Is it something that he normally?
Sorry, Mitch texted.
You're fine.
My mom texted him.
No.
Embarrassing baby photos.
Yeah, I bet Mitch texted. He's like, we're up at the cabin and the cops have gone through everything and nobody's been here at all. I think something might be up. I think my weird brother did something.
No, you're good.
She's outside.
God, I think I'm going to have another coffee, you know. I'm kind of buzzing already. That was a strong one. The last one was a strong one, but we're gonna have another one.
Your mom seems very nice.
She used to sew my dance costumes.
Oh, really?
Very sweet lady. Dulce means sweet
Oh,
candy in
fuck.
Spanish.
Are you bilingual?
No.
Oh.
My dad wanted me as American as possible.
Okay.
You know, when my mom was here, a lot of Mexicans faced a lot of problems, and they still do. So sadly, it was in the best interest of my life that I didn't learn Spanish.
Okay.
Sorry to go deep like that.
You're good. I honestly ask too many questions sometimes.
I think that's your job, though.
Tea Talk, the candy situation. Well, we did get a packet of rainbow belts earlier today, but I ate them pretty much before leaving the supermarket. So we also had a packet of nuts. They're also gone. But good news, guys. If you want to buy us some candy, you can head over to buymeacoffee.com and support the channel by buying us some candy on there. Of course, we won't spend the money on candy. We will spend the money on a fantastic N64, Nintendo 64, GoldenEye, and Super Mario Kart to play online on our brand new channel, True Crime Gaming Metrix. 8 million views in month 1. I want to do it by month 1.
Let's say. Okay. So were you on the phone with Chandler and heard him?
Yeah, and we are going to be upping the stakes on Patreon soon, guys, with lots of documents, good documents, private documents going onto the Patreon. So if that sounds good, sign up to become a member of Patreon because we've got loads more stuff. One of our favorite moderators is going to be joining us on Patreon as an admin and posting. It's going to be so good for members only, guys. Members only.
Yelling about being treated like a prisoner at his house?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, tell me more about that.
When he wasn't allowed to leave.
And that was after the fall, right? When he was recovery / payback 2 weeks for the money that he owes them.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
What day was that?
Like, so talking about being a prisoner? I don't know.
You know, like recently?
Just sounds familiar.
Is that something that he normally complained about?
Yeah, like he's only allowed to leave when his parents let him leave. Like their house, their rules. Like
Chandler's complaining about being a prisoner in his own home. Hey, dipshit, you can leave whenever you want. In fact, I'm sure your parents would like it if you'd move out the fucking house. You know, maybe you should, I don't know, get a job and a place of your own. You're 23 years old. You know, maybe you should stop playing that game of yours. Do something useful. Get a job and play in your downtime. If that's your hobby, make it your hobby. That's fine. But work. You know, I'm a prisoner in my own home. They want you to leave, dickhead.
if they wanted him home, they'd be like, no, you can't go. You know? But kind of more dramatic type thing.
Okay.
I know when, like, this is it's a fragile situation we're in because they're missing. You know, we want to talk good things,
Mm-hmm.
but was there some tension between Chandler and his parents?
Amazing.
I mean, if he feels like he's a prisoner, he's upset. Are they overly strict, do you think?
It's like I said, whenever we're together, his parents would text him, like, I think it's more of just like involved parent type thing. Like they want to know what he's doing, where he's at, what's our plan. Is usually what they text. Like, what's your plan? Like if they want him home, like they won't let him leave. Like, you know.
They they're having dinner. Are they overly strict? I mean, is there a conversation going on at the dinner table?
Talk about our days. His mom's like, this is.
There's no conversation at the dinner table. His dad doesn't talk while he eats. I love that. Who said that needs to go on a t-shirt? I agree. I want someone to wear that on a shirt and then go and see their dad.
I can recreate it. His mom's like, Chandler has news. And like, Chandler will be like, I have news, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, your job, you know? Like, joking over the dinner table, you know?
And is his dad a strict father? I know a lot of dads are overly strict.
Like, he's strict, but like, he still makes jokes, laughs with them. Like I said, fishes with them. The prisoner thing, I think he was just being dramatic. Like, what kid wouldn't call their parent a prisoner if they're like not allowed to leave often, or like they want to go do something, their parents are like, no, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's just my perspective. I'm not trying to be like, oh no, Chandler would never. It's like, it just sounds like a normal kid thing to say to me. Like, I mean, his parents, like, because if it was up to us, we would hang out with each other every day. Seems clingy, but like, we're each other's best friends. Like, I want to hang out with my best friends every day. But like, his parents, you know, obviously want to spend family time with him. So like, he wasn't allowed. So he'd be like, they won't let me leave. Sorry, you know? And like, those 2 weeks were like a long time.
Okay. So you think that probably happened in the last 2 weeks that you said that prisoner comment?
Maybe. It was a comment. Like, I'm not going to have a timestamp for that.
I know.
Maybe it was, I don't know if it was over FaceTime or something.
Sure.
But you didn't think much of it. You're just like, oh, he's just complaining that he's not able to leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's allowed to vent to me.
Right.
His girlfriend. So I
Right.
just thought he was venting.
Okay.
And like, when you're frustrated, it's better to get it out there instead of bottle it in. Like, we've all said things that we don't mean when we're mad. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Also, did you drop a pen?
Probably my red one, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't want to write in red. So, any other cell phones that you know that Chandler uses?
Old one in his desk from like high school.
He uses it?
Not uses it. Like, he just has it. It's like in his desk. He showed me it like Sunday and it's dead.
Any reason why he still has it?
Photos.
Is it like a smartphone?
Yeah, like an iPhone.
Okay.
Yeah, he showed me it before. Has photos of like high school, like with his friends, with his dog Sawyer, who died. Seemed like his graduation day, senior year.
Oh, awful.
Yeah, so just a lot of memories on there, and that's why he keeps it.
Okay. Do you know if parents having any other phones that they use? Did they accidentally leave any phones at the house?
Not that I saw.
Okay.
That's funny, isn't it? His dog's called Sawyer. The lake where the cabin is Sawyer Lake, and he acted as a Sawyer when he sawed his parents' bodies up. Yes, a lot of Sawyers around. Tom Sawyer, come here.
I don't know if Mitch and Chandler were like, when they were doing their walkthrough, if they saw like, hey, mom actually forgot her phone, or dad did, or
They would have brought it up. They told me something. Is the boy ready? Sorry,
you're fine.
but no, that he would have mentioned something to me.
Okay.
To not holding anything back. Like, he sent me text updates like, sorry, still with cops. Like, cops are over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Amy, it's hard to think of a bigger loser in true crime. I mean, this guy does not have one single talent. You know, with with Ezra McCandless, you could say, well, she's a total psycho and a liar and a horrible person and a worthless stain on humanity, but she's pretty good with those coloring pencils. With there's other, Chris Watts was a great mechanic, a natural. They called him Rain Man of mechanics at work, right? Because he did the whole thing in his head. He just knew all about the valves and the twisty, plinky, plunky and everything like that. He just knew it all in his head. Chandler, what is your one talent that we can say that you're a horrible human being and you did a terrible thing and blah, 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 but you've got to have that one talent. He's got nothing. Nothing. He's not even a good liar.
Did he say anything? So was this a planned trip up to the cabin, or how did that work?
News to us Thursday. Like, it sounded very last minute.
Okay. Any reason? They just wanted to get away?
Trip to the cabin, be spontaneous, have fun.
Okay.
Do you guys think it's Chandler or something?
We're just making sure that we're...
Okay, because you're asking a lot of questions about him. But that's what my friends and I were talking about. We're like, okay, he's like the only one who lives with them. So, and like, he's the only one I have a relationship with. Like, I'm not, Caitlin. I can't answer questions about Mitch.
Right.
But it's still like, it's like the shock I will feel. And like, I think I'll just be so mentally fucked.
Oh, this is good. The shock I will feel, right? The shock I will feel, not the shock I might feel or the shock I would feel if, the shock I will feel.
And answer questions about Mitch.
Right.
But it's still like, because like, the shock I will feel. And like, I think I'll just be so mentally fucked up if like I found out he did that. Like, it just seems not Chandler at all.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cry again. Sweaty day.
What's the Chandler like that you know? What is Chandler like? The person Chandler is to you, what is...
Ramble on, you're talking about Joel Guy Jr. Yeah. The book of premeditation. That's where he wrote down his plans. In a notebook, and titled on the front with a special label was The Book of Premeditation. Get killing knives. Wait for him to come home. $500,000 life insurance. All mine. Maybe more if they think it was my dad. What the fuck, man? What the hell was that?
Is he like...
Chandler, my boyfriend, loves Star Wars, fishing. Like, I'll pretend to be mad and be like, oh, hon, what'd I do this time? Old man, pretty much. He has grays.
Okay.
Did I just get locked in?
No. He got locked out.
Okay, I was like...
Yeah, riding shotgun. The cops in the Joel Guy Jr. case, they went around the house, which was being sold, and usually there was a realtor key special box on the front, but there wasn't. That had been removed. The door handle had been removed, but they went around the back, and I think they were able to slide up the bolt or something, so they could access without breaking in it and entering, or something like that. I can't really remember the details, but they got into the house and they start looking around. There's this horrific sound of a dog, a traumatized dog coming from he's been locked in a room with no food and water for like a week, right? He's completely freaked out. Smells, the house is boiling hot because he's left the heating on full, and to speed up the decomposition of his parents' bodies, he's gone to the hardware store, got these big plastic bins filled with chemicals to speed up decomposition. He's dissolving the bodies, and then the cops just see a human hand on the floor, and they think, "Is that what I think it is?" And they're really freaked out as well. I mean, how often does that happen, even for a cop, right? And there's this big old soup pan on the stove, with low heat, and one of the cops just opens the lid, and there's a head in there, his mother's head, that they said hadn't been cleanly cut off her body. It looked like he had started cutting off the head with a blade and then got frustrated and just pulled the head off. I mean, that shows such a disrespect, doesn't it, for your mother? You know, presumably some of her vertebrae came off with the head, you know. I mean, it was just boiling in a pan. I mean, what the fuck?
My sketch list.
No, you're definitely not locked in. Promise.
Loves fishing, gaming.
So let's talk about Mitchell quick, your brother.
Mitch.
So you saw him today before you went up to the cabin. When was the last time you guys saw him?
Father's Day lunch.
Agreed, Carrie Brooke. Grant Amato has to be in that list, you know. And probably on top, at least Chandler had a girlfriend. You know what I mean? Fucking hell, that twat thought he was in a mutual relationship with a woman that he was paying. How much was it? $2,400 for 4 hours. So what is that per minute? I don't know. $2,400, $600 an hour he was paying. So that's $10 a minute he was paying to speak to the woman and say, hey, tonight I'd like you to put that purple dildo up your ass while I watch from Florida. Sending her sex toys to try out. I mean, God, what the hell?
In brunch dinner thing.
So it's been a while. So Father's Day.
Like the 23rd or 26th or something like that.
26th, I believe. That's when he had that diabetes attack, and like you could.
Sunday in June.
Hey, talking of sex toys, I just heard one of the testimonies of Chandler Halderson's friends. You know how he'd, on top of the SpaceX thing and the American Family Insurance thing and the college thing, all of these lies he was telling, he also told the lie that he was a volunteer for the Wisconsin State Police scuba diving team. So if there was an accident and a car went into a river or something, he'd be on call and go out there. And, you know, they were talking to one of his friends who Chandler would speak to about this particular lie. And, you know, he'd say things to this friend. Chandler would say to him like that he saw a dead body once while he was diving, and it really freaked him out. And then the prosecutor asked him, and did Chandler ever keep any trinkets or souvenirs from his diving missions? The friend goes, yeah. And the prosecutor says, and did he ever show any of these to you? And the friend goes, yeah. Prosecutor says, well, what were they? What were these trinkets that Chandler would bring back from his imaginary diving missions? And the friend says, well, one time he brought back a pink sex toy, which I assume was a dildo, right? So what the fuck? Why are you inventing this story about being a scuba diver in the first place? And then why are you embellishing that lie by bringing a pink dildo to your friend and saying that you found that on one of your diving missions for the Wisconsin State Police? It's so bizarre. Why is his tactic like, well, if I tell a completely bizarre lie, then there's no way that they would think that I was lying, because why would anyone tell a bizarre lie like that? You know, that must be the logic behind his thinking.
Oh, he didn't, because they were at the table. Mr. Halderson was in like a little chair they have there, and Chandler and I were like,
20th?
no, I was here, and then Chandler was at like another couch over there, and like Chandler's like, let's go in the basement. Like, I'm sure he doesn't want us staring at him. You know, he's having a hard time with like the whole diabetes thing, and like when he was counting his calories, like all of us stayed downstairs except his fiance and his mom. Like when he gave himself insulin, only his mom and like his fiance was there. We all went upstairs, you know, to give him privacy, and yeah. But
June 20th was Father's Day. Did he have any
we
conversation?
didn't have it on Father's Day though.
Oh, you didn't?
No, it was on a different day. The 20. 26th, I believe. Sorry.
I think it was the last time.
26.
Okay.
Last time I talked to her.
Was Chandler and Mitchell talking a lot this weekend on the phone? Were they texting or chatting?
I was there when they called on Sunday, but I also showed you the text message Mitch and I had. So
Yeah.
talked about what we would do for like my birthday. And I jokingly said, "Let's go to a strip club."
So why did Chandler call Mitch on Sunday?
See what his plan is. How is he doing? Like his fiance was gone because I think she was with her family for
Okay.
the 4th, but so he stayed home with Chloe, his dog.
Where does he drive?
Mitch driving.
Mitch doesn't drive?
Caitlin drives him everywhere.
Oh.
I think he has a Subaru in their garage. He just doesn't like driving.
Does he have a license?
Hmm?
They have one vehicle?
They have 2. He has a car. He has a license. He just doesn't like driving.
Okay.
So like when they go places, Caitlin's driving. You know,
Okay.
it's
What's the
just
other
their
vehicle?
dynamic.
So
Subaru car, I think.
Okay. And then what's the other car?
Her car's a Forester, I believe.
Oh, so they have 2 Subarus.
Subaru family.
Subaru family. So when he came over to the house today, what was the conversation like between Mitch and Chandler?
Just
I'm pretty sure one of them's a Volvo, actually. It's one Subaru, one Volvo.
hey, how are you?
And nothing spells Wisconsin like one Subaru, one Volvo, does it? I mean, is it just me, or is that super Wisconsin?
Like showing him the keys that he found, like taking him upstairs, like, hey, please look around and see if I missed anything.
So Chandler's telling Mitchell to look around the house, see if I missed anything.
Yeah, like, do you know what these keys go to? Like, do you think they're the spares for the cabin? Like, Mitch took them with him to see. Like, he said Mitch was being short with him today, you know, but they're under stress, so it makes sense. And like,
Yeah, I bet Mitch was being a bit short with him, right? Because Mitchell has the benefit of knowing Chandler his entire life, you know. What do you mean they went to the cabin and skipped work and they've taken all the money from the safe? What do you mean they packed up all the booze in the house and took it with them with the mystery couple? What do you mean they went to the cabin without telling either one of us? This isn't adding up, Chandler. You know, Cat and her mother have the disadvantage of only knowing the family through Chandler. But of course, Mitch knows his own parents, right? He knows that Bart wouldn't be seen dead in a casino. He knows that they don't drink hardly ever once a year, sort of thing. He knows that neither one of them have ever missed a day of work and not called in, you know. So Mitch hearing this story from Chandler isn't taken in the same way Cat is at all. So I imagine he was getting a bit short and saying, okay, they're going to the cabin? Okay, we're going to the cabin right now. Where's the fucking keys, bitch boy? You know? You stay here and look after the dogs and play your little game. We're going to the cabin, right? We're going to Langlade County right now. Get in the car.
like, they're like, did they leave you any notes? And like, he showed them the note. They're like, do they usually leave this? Like, is this a normal thing? And he's like,
Oh, no sound on video again? Or are you just like at a previous time? Carrie, is there sound on the video right now? Please tell me, Carrie.
no. And Mitch was like, because you had your appointment Monday, right? Because like, yeah. And
Give me good news, Carrie.
he was like, yeah, that's exactly why.
Okay, thank you, Carrie, as well. That is such a clear message as well. There is sound on the video. Yes, I affirm. I affirm. Thank you, Carrie.
And like,
And thank you, Rayanne. Good to see you, Rayanne.
they went like,
And Amy as well. Thumbs up, Amy.
I think to the garage to look at the cars too, to see if
I think it's so funny that the Pooh Bear is a part of this video, you know, a part of this horrific tale. We've got Winnie the Pooh taking it all in with a big old smile on his face, you know, after finishing a full pot of honey.
like they notice anything or in like the basement. But like I told Liz, I just sat on the couch. gave them their time.
Brother time.
Brother.
Thanks, Linny, and thanks, Christina. I think our good friend Loretta might just be at the previous point in the video, but that's okay. Godspeed, Loretta.
Plus Caitlin time because Caitlin will dot on Mitch.
Is there any yelling between the two of them? No. Did Chandler have any friends come visit him this weekend?
No.
Did Chandler have any friends at all? Apart from that one guy that he met in-game? And you?
No.
Not that I was aware of, no.
Well, Rose, she has a boyfriend? No.
Rose? No.
James, her brother.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. James, your brother. Do they hang out?
Mitch and James?
Chandler
And James?
Yeah, are they friends?
When Chandler's over, they'll talk, but they're not like
They don't hang out.
No.
Who do you say is Chandler's closest friend?
Smith.
Chandler's
Smith.
closest friend and only friend is his online friend that he met in world. Who lives a 10-hour drive away in Kansas, Wichita.
It's back
In Kansas.
in Kansas.
He was there for like a day.
Stopped and had, what was it, breakfast or dinner or something?
Breakfast, hung out.
I love it when Smith's on the stand and the prosecutor's like, "And is Kansas home to you? You home is Kansas, right?" And Smith's like, "For now." I think that's what you are. Well, anyone who lives in Kansas, that's how they answer that question, right? For now, until we can move away somewhere better, somewhere, with less straight roads, somewhere a bit less flat. Hi, Victoria girl. How are you? Late to the party, but never too late to see you, Victoria.
Out all day. Like, we went swimming in the Wisconsin River. Showed him around. Took him to Culver's. Never had it before.
Is Smith from here?
Kansas still.
No, I know, but I'm saying, is he from up here?
No.
Where do they meet at?
Video games.
Oh, okay.
Video
Gotcha.
game friends.
So Smith came up to visit
Mhm.
because they met video gaming.
Roger that, Carrie. Roger. What was his name? Jason Mengel. Roger. The prosecutor's like, "Okay, and just because I don't use Roger in my day-to-day, that means yes? Yes, Roger."
Hung out a day and then.
Pretty much.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay.
My friends are like, "Oh, where are you?"
Sure. Well done. So you don't think there's any way that Chandler's involved in the disappearance?
No, I told Liz that, like, if it's Chandler, I'm gonna be severely mentally fucked up after this. Like,
Okay.
I just
Yeah, and bless your little heart, Cat, because it is Chandler, and I bet you are severely mentally fucked up even to this day. And if you ever need to talk, you can reach out to True Crime Metrix, and we've got a team of specialists waiting to help you, Cat.
I just can't see it being him. Like,
If it was, would you help him?
fuck no, I'm sorry. Excuse my French. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, I could no. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I can't.
That was kind of a weird question, right? I mean, if it was Chandler, would you help him cut up the bodies? That just seemed a little clumsy to me. I mean, I guess they just wanted to gauge her reaction. They're still not sure, are they? They're thinking, maybe she's a really good liar. I mean, if this was Jodi Arias,
I stand blood. Like, blood scares me. Like, dead bodies. Like, I was good at dissections, but like, that's animals. But like, killing people, especially like Mr. and Mrs. Halderson, I'm sorry, that's like different levels of fucked up. Like, I'm sorry that I'm freaking out now, but like,
That's
no.
fine.
Like,
Yeah, and wait until you hear what he did with the bodies that were stored in the freezer while you were over there.
like, no.
So you had nothing to do with their disappearance?
No.
You don't think Chandler did? Do
No.
you think anybody Mitchell, do you think he would have anything to do with it?
No, I just can't see people wanting to hurt them. Like, that's the thing. That's why we're so worried. Like, we don't know who would do this to them. Like, parts of us are like wishing like that they're just at a casino blowing all their money and they're gonna be in debt or something. Like, but
Yeah, but that's the most ridiculous scenario ever. I mean, that's even less likely than Chandler cutting them up with a fucking garden axe and, you know, tree limb. What do you call it? Lopper. Bart is not going to a casino. Even if you gave Bart a briefcase full of your money, he wouldn't blow it in a casino. He's like, listen, let's invest this. We could invest this.
Gambling before?
Do you know how many toilet rolls we could buy with this money?
that I'm aware of.
This is just a wishful thought?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just make one more check. I think we're about done.
Sorry that I cried again.
You're fine. It's just the dust.
Yeah, it's crusty in here.
Thank you so much, Christine, for the coffees. Very kind of you, Christine. And we thank you very much. Link in the description, guys, to buymeacoffee.com. And we've changed our logo for something fun and different. Where's our wonderful logo? Let's check it out together as a group. Yeah, look, we worked out how to change the coffee cup to a lollipop. Wow. How cool is that? So not only can you buy us a coffee, you can also buy us some candy or an N64 so we can stream GoldenEye and get 8.5 million views before December. I think we can make it happen. If you want to be part of that wonderful journey, you can. There's a link in the description to buymeacoffee.com, and it's very much appreciated for all you supporters who support the channel. It is so much appreciated. We thank you kindly. Oh, I didn't share that? How did that not share? I am sharing. Share this tab instead. Oh, look. There it is. There's our wonderful lollipop. Fantastic lollipop. Yeah, link in the description, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you, Christine. Okay, back to tonight's program. Okay, we get the opportunity to skip now. Let's skip. Oh, they're back. God, we've got quite a bit to get through. How are we going to do this? I don't want to miss any.
I'm okay. Stop trying.
Some dust. We're gonna have to vacuum in here one of these days.
Yeah. Do you see how much dust there is on that panel?
That doesn't surprise me.
So, a couple questions. One, what would the possibility be for us to take your cell phone and analyze it? We're trying to verify some things that
So you
Chandler's
have all the timestamps.
saying.
Yeah. I mean, why don't they just get a fucking warrant?
Right? So, I mean, you have all the pictures.
And this girl's phone is packed, right? She screenshots everything, photographs, everything. She's got every social media app that there is, right? I mean, she is the typical 20-year-old girl with a cell phone, and it takes forever to download the information.
So we have a guy that could download it while you're here. Like, you wouldn't have to leave it with us.
He can limit what he looks at.
I'm not gonna lie.
So
I
we don't care about those.
Okay.
We don't. All we care about is the text messages from you, Chandler, Snapchat history, any social media stuff, and we're really just looking for probably, what did you say, this first until
The first until
today.
July 1st until today.
Mm-hmm.
locations. Is that what she said?
But yeah, if there's any like inappropriate photos, like totally don't care about those.
I just care someone sees my butt.
Nope.
No, we're not gonna.
We don't even want to look at it.
They've been sent through text and snap.
Did you hear that? I mean, what the hell? She was like, let's hear it again.
Photos, like totally don't care about those.
I just care someone sees my butt.
Nope.
If somebody sees my butthole, listen, I'm no prude, right? Sexy pics, great. But butthole pics? You're doing it wrong. I mean, why would you take a picture of your anus? I mean, anything else I can understand and I'm down with, but your butthole? Why is that on your phone?
No, we're not gonna.
We don't even want to look at it.
They've been sent through text and snap.
I don't want to look at it. So
I don't think analyst's got to look at it.
he's gonna so the way that he can do it is just do it from a certain parameter. So July 1st or 2nd until today.
First.
Totally go just from that. Everything else, we don't go through all of your stuff.
Yeah, but she's got butthole pics on a daily basis. I mean, why? Why? Of all the things to take a picture of, that must be one of the least appealing.
It's just a very specific time. And the only reason that we're doing it is just to make sure that we have all the timestamps, right? So you said that you and Chandler are together at this time and you have the proof to back it up. That's really what we need it for.
Can I get a pinky? You can't break pinky promises. That it's only.
And this thing, right? I mean, she's going to be so embarrassed about this statement when she plays it back, even more than the butthole pics, right? You can't break pinky promises. Can I get a pinky promise that you're not going to look at my butthole pics? I mean, what a sentence. When this chick is 40 years old, she's going to look back and think, oh my God, I said that on camera and it's been seen by millions of people. You can't break pinky promises. Don't look at my butthole. Oh God, I bet she wishes she could erase that.
Only going to be from July 1st.
So
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what you want.
I would like a pinky on that.
Yeah, they're going to agree to the pinky promise. You know why? Because pinky promises don't matter for shit when you're dealing with the police, okay? What the fuck? You could say, I want a written confirmation. I want a contract that says if you do look at my butthole pics, then you owe me $10 million. And I want that signed by a judge, not a fucking pinky promise, okay?
I can pinky you.
Yeah, I'll double pinky you because it doesn't fucking matter. You should have asked for the written clarification signed by the judge. $10 million if you look at one butthole pic.
Awesome. Do you have an email?
Yes.
What's your email? Oh, your birthday? No. What's your birthday?
080300.
Okay. I was like, that just looks so familiar. So,
Yeah.
There you go. At Gmail, you said?
Mm-hmm. Do you want
He
to see
does this
a picture
all
of
the
us
time.
with mustaches?
That's hot.
Very good.
Thank you. I had an allergic reaction to the glue.
Is there a code that he has to use to get in?
It's face unlock.
Can we unlock it without the faces so we can do it
Let me
quick?
see if I can remember the password.
He was actually about to leave and we were making him stay in case we said yes. So we can get it done, you and back to you.
3578.
3578.
I don't think we're done on butthole gate either. I think it comes back in a minute and she goes on and on and on. I mean, if she said tit pics, if she said foo-foo pics, but butthole pics?
Okay.
Just slide up. Oop, it locks.
It won't need. It's 3578.
3578.
Beautiful.
Let me go see if he's here. I'll be right back.
Okay, only from July 1st.
Thank you. Yes. July 1st.
Yeah, but whoops, the analyst, the technical analyst, he thought you said July 1st, 2003.
Don't care about any buttholes, promise.
I care about my butthole.
I don't want to see it, so I promise we're not going to be trying to grab it.
Yeah, well, It was sent.
I care about my butthole. What do you think, guys? Should we put that on a mug? You know, with the True Crime Metrix logo and a text. I care about my butthole. Little picture of Cat Mellender next to it on the mug. I don't know. Could be a #1 seller. Could be a #1 seller.
It's pretty much Chandler, so
Oh, that's fun.
can't send it to anyone else. Also, is this like a two-way mirror type thing going on?
So it used to be
Or is this an interrogation room?
Yeah, this is an interrogation room. Did the fact that you're being interrogated not clue you in to that? We're interrogating your butthole right now. In fact, behind that mirror on the wall, there are 15 agents looking at your butthole.
no, I don't think so. I think that was maybe an office, or they tried to make it an office, and we're like, that.
Oh, that mirror on the wall? No, that's not a secret observation chamber. That used to be an office. And they just sealed it in and put a mirror there.
room is like a closet, so it's like I don't even know why they did a window. So we just want to make it look pretty with these awesome blush curtains. It matches the decor, the
Pepto-Bismol flavors.
dusty decor that we have.
Do you have the time?
Sorry, what?
Do you have the time?
Yes, 8:11.
Liz?
I'm tired too, and I promise you that.
Just better to cooperate so we can get them found.
Yeah, that's all we want.
Yeah.
We just need to figure out what's going on. We just are missing something.
Yeah, I talked to my
Oh, I can sympathize with people that find Cat Mellender annoying or immature, but, you know, I think it comes down to a choice, doesn't it? I mean, Sarah Boone's annoying. Sarah Boone is fucking annoying, and her annoyingness comes from a place where she's just a horrible person, right? Cat's just a young kid, man. You know, she's a young kid that's about to go through a life-changing, life-breaking revelation. Yeah. And I think that I have an extra guardrail set up in my output about her because I really don't think it's necessary or warranted to further assassinate her character publicly, on top of everything else that she's about to go through and continues to go through. You know, I really feel for the damage that was done to this person who really did not deserve it. You know, she might be a little bit annoying and a little bit immature, but, you know, think about yourself when you were 20. You know, maybe you weren't this annoying and this immature, but you would have been a lot more immature and a lot more annoying than you are now, right? I mean, it's a journey. Life's a journey, and she's a little flower right here. I mean, she's obviously never encountered any bad thing, and she's about to have a shitload of it, more than most people get in a lifetime, and she's going to get it all as one big slap in the face. So I sympathize with people that find her a little bit annoying or a little bit immature or a little bit hard to watch, but give her a fucking break, you know? She's done nothing wrong. Sarah Boone's annoying. Go and kick her ass.
friends about it. Like, I'm not gonna hide, so I was like talking to them. I was like, oh, it just makes zero sense. Everything. Like, there's just too many different things thrown in there, and it's like you just can't find how they all connect, you know? And I'm like, my phone helps, you know?
Right. It does help because you take pictures of everything.
Mm.
So it totally helps. I know your mom is worried because you haven't eaten much, she said.
Yeah, we had pork chops. I had half a pork chop and some Brussels sprouts and like a slice of cardboard pizza, pretty much. But I'll be okay. I drank plenty of water to keep me going, and I'm sure Chandler's trying to do the same. He took a couple bites of his Brussels sprouts and like think he said he had a slice of pizza, but he just can't.
He took a couple of bites of his Brussels sprouts. I always find that funny, you know. I think back to Chris Watts, you know, on the day of his arrest. He woke up that morning, right? And remember, he'd been in with the cops until late, very late, the previous night. And the cops let him go home because he had to pick up his dad from the airport early. So, well, he didn't go home. I think he stayed with some friends or something because the house was a crime scene or whatever. But he woke up in the morning and he went down to the airport, picked up his dad, and went straight to the police station for his lie detector test, and was there for hours and hours and hours, grueling questions, heavy. Then, you know, as we all know, he got arrested and he's never been out of custody since. His last meal as a free man, what was it? You know, it was a fucking protein shake. Just a sachet of protein fueled black foam in a big glass. That was it. That was his choice. You know, he could have had anything in the world, but he chose the protein shake as his last meal on this planet as a free man. And Chandler Halderson, what did he have? A couple of bites of his Brussels sprouts. Cold. Just leftovers. Could have had anything in the world. Couple of bites of his Brussels sprouts.
Eat, you know, when you're just too worried, you just can't. So I made him an oat milk coffee.
Yeah.
That was fast. Oh,
Oh, we're
that
not
bad?
done.
He has to work his magic. So we might as well just like
Joe.
keep talking with you.
Made him some oat milk coffee because, you know, been getting into that oat milk. We're both lactose intolerant. So,
Okay.
and I used to work I worked at Target, and so I floated over to the Starbucks in Target. Loved oat milk coffee, oat milk lattes. And if you go to like a Target, you can like buy their like cold coffees in the freezers. And they have one that's slightly sweetened now because these only have unsweet. And so I do that with oat milk and like ice, and he loves it. Just loves it so much. So trying to make sure he eats comfort food because I found that helps me when I'm upset and can't eat.
Mm-hmm.
So in cases like this, disappearance cases, things we like to do to people that, especially like the house, Chandler's house, we like to get consensual, what we call DNA, buccal swabs from people. It's where we put a Q-tip in the mouth and scrub a cheek. That's just to see whose DNA is in there and where. Can we get your DNA? It takes 10 seconds. It's not down the throat or up the nose.
They don't let me draw blood or anything fun.
I'm scared of needles so
it's
bad.
Literally,
It's a
you open
Q-tip.
your mouth.
I rub one cheek, I rub the other, and we're done. Maybe less than 10 seconds. That's your call.
You see, this guy needs to read Joe Girard's book, How to Close Every Sale, because he's not doing a good job, you know. And Victoria Girl, this is what we're going to do for Russell Williams's interrogation with Detective Sergeant Jim Smith. You know, there's always these parallels especially with Detective Sergeant Jim Smith's style of interrogation, where it's so closely related to hardcore sales, right? I mean, I want to go through Joe Girard's book, How to Close Every Sale, and find the elements of Joe Girard's book, How to Close Every Sale, that match up with fucking Jim Smith's tactics. I don't want to make one more video where you go, yeah, so now he's going for the alternate question and now he's building rapport, blah, 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 blah. There's 10,000 videos like that. We're doing something different. But first, we need to go through the book. Look at him there, Joe Girard. How happy is he? He's just closed a sale. He's on commission. It's a great book. Everybody should read this book, you know. Because it's not just about selling, it's also about life skills.
Just helps.
Because obviously your DNA is probably going to be in the house, right? You were showering there.
Yeah.
Sneezing.
You know what I mean?
You'll see my hair on her hairbrush.
Right.
I used her hair dryer.
So it's just like, we just got to say that you are the person that we're collecting.
Fair enough.
Alright. I think I actually have one.
I don't know if I want a sweaty binder one.
Really, I put this in here 2 days ago.
Sweaty.
Man, Patricia Burns, if you drank a 2-liter bottle of cream soda, I don't even think you'd need the lethal injection. That would kill you anyway. Man, what is that stuff? What is that stuff? You know, I had it once, you know, because I'd always seen it in films. And I was like, oh, look, this is just like in a movie. It's like I'm in a movie. And I thought it was shit.
Did you leave it in a car?
Yeah.
Just like medications, you're not supposed to do that.
It's a Q-tip.
Doesn't matter. For University of Medical Microbiology, I had to swab my own feces.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Say that again?
She's got these weird comments like that. For my university degree in biomechology, what is it? Biology, I had to swab my own feces. Okay, why are you telling us this? Is this in your butthole pic? Have you got a pic of you swabbing your own feces as it's coming out?
Doing anything like that. Why did you have to do that?
I had to culture my own feces.
For what?
Medical microbiology. I had to see the flora of my body.
So what was the purpose of it?
Does it use different augers? Use like antibiotics in it to see like which were effective, what were around them. See like my E. coli count. I had the healthiest gut there. But yeah, gram-stained bacteria too, but not my fecal bacteria.
You see that there's a lot of research in that we're not really doing. So it's kind of interesting.
People are like, "Oh, E. coli awful." I'm like, "But you have E. coli in your body."
Right.
The first half is going to have more bacteria than the middle half.
I think this lady cop in the room is like super OCD in her house. Like everything is clean. She doesn't have any pets because she can't stand the hair.
Which is going to have the normal contents.
Interesting.
So I'm going to give you a form. So basically just says you're voluntarily giving the Dane County Sheriff's Office consent to collect a buccal cell sample. The sample will be used for investigative purposes. It's been explained to me, and I fully understand that the results of the analysis of my buccal sample may be used as evidence against me in a criminal proceeding. We don't think you're obviously guilty of anything.
Thank you. I have too bad of anxiety. I will cry if someone.
Hey, thanks so much, Udi, for the coffee over on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you, Udi. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you, Udi.
You want to print your first, last name, and then your birthday, and then sign here, and Liz will witness it. I've already signed.
Is this going to be put into like a database, or is this like one-time use?
No.
Maybe we should do some skipping,
This is
guys.
just for us.
Okay, look, she's going to sleep here. We've got to get through this. Got to get onto the trial. Uh-oh, what's happened? She's crying. Something's happened.
Obviously, that's not. Obviously, that's not why. Well, right now because he's not being sold.
Ah, here we go. They're just they're about to reveal that Chandler's not going home.
When you come up the driveway, how do you guys get into the house? Did he hit the code of the garage?
Oh, so
Oh, I think we've missed the bit where they go through. They say, "Look, we need your car. We're taking your car." And she's like, "You're not having my car. I don't consent to that." And they say, "Well, we've got a warrant for his house, and your car is parked on his property, the address property. So the warrant includes that." And I think that's a gray area. I think a good lawyer would have been like, "Hell no, it don't. That's her car. You got a warrant for her car? Otherwise, we're taking the car."
here's a
Side door?
key. Front door.
Front door? Okay. Do you generally go through the front door? Okay.
Like if he doesn't have his key, we go through the garage. But he almost always has his keys on a red lanyard, wears it around his neck.
Okay.
if he's like his parents are home, like sometimes I'll park closer in front of the garage if his parents don't plan on leaving and like go through the like garage door there. But not as often as I go through the front door.
Okay.
Okay.
Honestly depends on the day. Between those two. I was thirsty.
We can get you more water too.
It's okay, I'll pee myself. Should my knee crack?
Mm-mm.
Let me see if you can find out how.
Carrie Brooke, why are you sending yourself a message? Carrie Brooke says, at Carrie Brooke, crying, laughing. Are you feeling lonely, Carrie?
Is he doing it here?
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
So do you listen back on the tape recorders often or no?
Sometimes, yeah. Because believe it or not, I miss things all the time. So I try to write all my notes, but I forget things or I misinterpret things, and that's why it's really nice that you are like clarifying everything. Especially yesterday when we talked, it was raining, so it was hard to. Yeah, so it's just nice that you're coming on back.
I also know I jump around a lot.
So it's just.
Nothing else.
Do they know when Chandler's gonna be done?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I
done.
think they're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely
They,
done.
Sounds like he's not quite as cooperative as you. And
Any
you know
reason why?
It's probably worried you guys are gonna be like, Chandler did it.
Okay.
You know? I think that's everyone's fear.
Yeah.
Like no one wants to be accused of killing their parents.
That's definitely Chandler's fear. Yeah, he's thinking, oh, I hope they don't think it was me.
Parents. I'm also, I think, just a very understanding person. I look for the best in everything.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Well,
Hey, KLK, did I already suggest that to you? Because that's my favorite book ever. Michael Swan's Practical English Usage is the best book, along with Joe Girard's How to Close Every Sale. But also, Michael Swan's Practical English Usage. It is the best book ever. It is so cool. It is so fun. Seriously, that's my life.
right now, because he's not being so cooperative or forthcoming, his parents are missing. It looks like they're going to take him into custody.
are you serious?
I don't know what the charges are yet, but right now it's just going to be because of the missing persons investigation and him lying to the detectives. Why he's lying, I mean, we're all wondering.
Can I?
You probably know him best. Why do you think he's not being truthful?
Doesn't want it pinned on him, I guess. Can I talk to him before he goes or no?
Mm-mm.
I think they've already walked him down. Why?
Did you ask why? Or sorry, I just.
No,
No.
you're good.
Pin it on him. Do you think he could have had anything to do with this? And if he did, do you think there's any help in him to disappearance? Did anybody help him? Could anybody have helped him? Okay. So we were just trying to find out where his parents are. And I mean, the sad thing is when you have someone that lives in the house with them and they're lying and not cooperating.
What is he lying about?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just that he's lying.
Because we were in with you. So we
Yeah.
have other detectives that were talking to him.
That's great.
I mean, you've been super cooperative and trying to get your phone back. If it's not going to be done anytime soon.
Yeah, good point, Amy. We do need to bring back the support to the YouTube, super chat, super stickers, super thanks, because I think that helps with the algorithm and they push our content out to more fun people, just like all of you, you know. So we love the coffees, but we need to bring it back. We did the whole of October on buymeacoffee.com, which is still a great way to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. But also, we need to bring it back to YouTube's, because if YouTube's think that, hey, this guy's not getting any donations, we're going to stop pushing his content. That's what's going to happen, right? And then we'll be blacklisted. We'll be blacklisted, and then True Crime Metrix will become just a memory, just a dusty memory, like an old pair of shoes.
You can get you a ride somewhere, have someone pick you up.
Can I get a ride back to Chandler's? That's from my
So please do support the channel on YouTube with super stickers and super chats and super thanks. Super subscribe, super chat, super YouTubes.
car is, and I'm supposed to
So-
meet his brother there.
That's going to be something else. I'm glad you said that. So they're probably going to want to leave. They're going to leave your car there
No.
at the house because he was in it all weekend.
No. I'm sorry.
And
I
Stunk and White. No, I haven't heard of that, KLK. I'll have to check that out.
have places to be. That's my car. Like, if I'm being cooperative, why do you have to take my car?
Because Chandler's not, and he was in your car. So there's chance that there's DNA in there that we need to get.
But don't I have to like consent to that, or you need like a court order or something?
because it's at his house, they're looking at writing a warrant at the house. So if they write a warrant at the house, your car's in the driveway. They're going to want, because he was in there. They're worried.
Oh, I'd like to read that, KLK. The Elements of Style is a style guide for formal grammar used in American English writing. Well, that sounds like a must for my collection. I will write that down. I will write that down on paper. Thank you, KLK. Thank you.
Worried about him. The detectives really think that he probably had something, maybe to do with the disappearance. So right now we have to investigate all avenues, and I know I want to know where they are. You want to know where they are.
Can I at least grab my clothes from inside of there?
What do you? Let me see what I can do. What do you have in there?
Bags of clothes.
Your dirty laundry?
Yeah, like some
Oh.
of it's clean, some of it's dirty.
You know what's what? What's
I would
weird?
rather just have it all. And then my toiletries are in his house. I showered there.
Yeah,
prefer-
you
I
can
would-
forget about the toiletries, okay? Your fucking shampoo doesn't matter, okay? This is a double homicide, lady, okay? Toothpaste don't matter. Shampoo don't matter. The only thing that matters now is evidence.
A bag of clothes inside.
So we can't, everything in the house stays in the house. Just because it's a potential crime scene. So because we don't know what's going on, we have to very, very treat this like something happened.
Like right now, it's kind of like the game Hangman. When you had to try to fill in the word. We'll give you a few in the beginning. It's like, we're trying to fill in the blanks, and to do that, generally, it's a lot easier when everybody cooperates. Like if everybody's as cooperative as you, we fill in the blanks right away, and
Thanks so much for the super sticker, KLK. Much appreciated. Thank you.
we all move on with our day for the most part. Like your phone, we're trying to get that done right away.
Yeah, I know. Let me get you my keys.
Yeah,
That makes it easier.
it's locked on.
I'm not happy about this.
I know.
We
I'm
understand.
sorry.
I have a lot of
I'm not happy about this. Pinky promised me right now that I get my shampoo and my toothpaste. I want a pinky promise, and I'm not happy about this. I mean, it's ridiculous what she's doing. But again, it doesn't matter if she's annoying. She's done nothing wrong.
my underwear in that car.
Well,
I like having underwear. I don't know about you. It's
Well,
important.
yeah, I like wearing underwear.
Oh, can I have
Want me-
my house key?
well, let's see.
I need the fob to drive.
Is this your house key?
The gold one.
Let me take that off for you.
Thank you.
What are you thinking?
You see, stuff like that she does, I really like, actually. The gesture. Look at it.
What are you thinking?
It's not cooperating.
She's funny sometimes.
I don't know. Like I said, he probably just doesn't want to be like, you know, I didn't do it. I don't want to be like, I don't want him to pin it on me, you know?
I told you he was lying to them about some things that we know otherwise. Would that shock you?
Yeah, I don't know if he saw me. I was shocked. I thought he was cooperating too.
No, we were hoping he was, but
Hey, thanks so much, Carrie Brooke. You are a honey.
unfortunately,
Is our stuff that I'm saying not matching?
again,
Oh.
no idea. It's like we found out about him making the comment about feeling like he's a prisoner. It wasn't our conversation. That was another.
And Christina too. Thanks so much, guys. You are fantastic supporters, long-standing supporters, and we appreciate you more with each passing day.
Interview that's being done by another detective with someone else. I don't even know who, but you know, and I don't. Obviously, that's not. I mean, obviously, that's not why they would take him into custody. But it's, you know, I had to sit down with the detective doing the interview.
Can I go pee again?
Yeah.
I just finished off that water.
You're good. Do you want
Not for
another one?
any reason.
Do you want to call anybody right now?
You guys have my phone. I only got my mom's number.
I
Do you
mean,
want to call mom?
Okay.
Okay.
Am I still gonna get my phone before we go?
The cops are now having like this guilty thing because they've just completely steamrolled this unsuspecting innocent child, you know. And now they're like, yeah, you can use the bathroom, sure. You can use the staff bathroom, okay, the good one. Quilted triple ply toilet paper awaits you now. You want to call anybody, or you know, can we get you a muffin?
yeah, my stuff on home.
We just took your car, your phone, all of your butthole pics, and now we feel bad. It's a shame we can't see the cops right now because I bet they're looking at each other going, "Score! We got everything! We got everything! Wait until we tell our boss. We got everything. We didn't even need a warrant."
Break at 8:36 p.m. There's like food around, like obviously the square is here, so
Can I grab anything?
or maybe just like fresh air.
Oh, do I dare have another coffee?
So there's like no way I can talk to him at all.
I don't know. It's downstairs.
Is that where the like jail is?
Yeah, the booking area.
White 007. Welcome, White. Welcome.
Can I get you another water or soda?
No, okay.
Can I get you a bag of chips? Anything to eat? You want to take a walk? You good? Okay. And if her and I step out for a second, leave you with your thoughts in here. We'll be. Can I get you anything? A magazine? Okay.
Just take a nap.
I think the phone. I don't think it's gonna take an hour or anything. Then again, I'm not a IT guy.
Fair enough.
We're skipping. We're moving forward, guys. So she's just sitting in here, no phone, no nothing. She's just like, look at this. I mean, maybe we should just put this on like fast speed. She's freaking out, man. Look at her. Fuck, this is sad. This is sad. What does anyone want to rip on this girl for? I mean, for real. Like, okay, she might be a bit annoying, bit immature, whatever. She's fucking. This is not a happy moment, you know. Her whole world's just been turned inside out. Maybe that's it. God, they really leave her in here for fucking ages.
Different parameters. So
Oh.
Like, when it's done, we will get it to you right away. But do you want to go to your mom's house?
I think they're at the farm.
Now they're kicking her out.
I want to call Mitch first to see what he wants to do. Were you able to get his number?
So we have a Detective Bennett who's been in contact with Rich, so they're kind of...
It's not Rich, lady. Get it right, for fuck's sake. It's Mitchell.
Coordinating everything, and Mitch is going to take care of the dogs. He's going to get the dogs and all of that
They basically don't want her talking to Mitch, do they?
stuff.
Still wait to talk to him.
I believe you. And we just have to, obviously, just make sure everything is kind of organized. And I know everyone's mind is just going a million miles a minute.
Could we get you to mom's house? Where's mom at? The farm or?
Yeah, she's in Cottage Grove,
Okay.
off of Vilas.
I like how Rottweiler Investigations has put his logo on the Pooh Bear belly. That's classic, Rottweiler.
We take you there, and then you can get a hold of Mitch and do what you need to do. And I promise, I mean, if it's 3 o'clock and it finishes, I'll hopefully be in bed sleeping. But tomorrow morning, we would get you your phone right away. But if it finishes like when I'm still here tonight, I'd run it to you.
What time do you get off?
I don't know. We have some things to do. I mean, I'm guessing it's still going to be a while.
It's going to be a long time.
I'd rather just get it right away, even if you just leave it in my mailbox.
At your mom's house? At the farm?
I want to go to the farm. I'd rather go to the house in the city.
Okay. So you want
By
to go?
yourself?
My brother's going to be there and my dog.
Oh, your mom's house.
My mom's house, yeah.
Okay.
Not the apartment.
Your brother's at the farm.
Hello to you, Phoenix Meridian. How you doing? Phoenix says, I wonder how long it would be. I wonder how long it was before she got any real solid information from them. It sounds like they didn't say much of anything to her until right before the trial. No wonder she was still supportive. Yeah, right. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know how much they can say while they're gathering evidence. They don't. It's not like she's a blood relative or, I mean, it's just a young relationship. It doesn't really have any weight in terms of legal responsibility for informing her of anything, really, does it? So, yeah, I guess they wouldn't have said much.
I just don't want to go to the farm.
Okay. Could we take you to your mom's house then where your brother is?
I don't know if he's still at the farm, so I know he was.
He works tomorrow.
Do you have a key to get there? Should we give her a ride?
Sure.
You and I, yeah?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
Is that okay?
Can I get Mitch's number? I don't have it memorized.
I don't know it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they don't want her talking to Mitch, but they don't want to say to her, you can't talk to Mitch.
I'm tracking it down.
Yeah, I can get it for you.
Okay.
Can I leave my number for Chandler? I don't know if he remembers anyone's numbers by heart.
How's that work down there?
We can try. I don't know like what he's. So we have different areas. So I don't know where he is in the booking process. I don't know if he's on Suicide watch, I don't know. I don't know any of that. We just have different parameters. So if he's cool, then we can give him your number. Okay, yeah, I can get a piece of paper and then you can write it down. And
Hey, how do we find Cat's sublet, California Amy? I'd love to see that and share it with the group.
What else is hard on you? Super hard.
I don't think he did it. I just want to talk to him.
You don't think he did it? Well, it wasn't Pooh Bear. Is that it? Is that it? I think that's it. Okay, should we go to the trial? Let's go to the trial. Let's go to the wiretaps. Don't take my word for it. Katsu cutlet what? What? Go to the wiretaps. How do we do that? We go to...
Mellender, M-E-L-L.
Could you please state and spell your name for us?
Cathryn Mellender, C-A-T-H-R-Y-N, Mellender, M-E-L-L-E-N-D-E-R.
And
Ask you to grab the base of the microphone and pull it really close because the fans are on. That creates a level of noise. Your voice is on the softer side and you have a mask. So
Okay.
being up really close to it will make sure we can all hear. Thank you. Go right ahead.
you go by Cat, correct?
Correct.
Can I call you Cat today?
Yes, please.
Okay. Cat, how old are you?
I'm 21 years of age.
And do you live here in the Madison area?
I do live in the Madison area.
Okay. And do you know someone named Chandler Halderson?
I do.
How do you know Chandler?
We were in a relationship.
Okay. At this point, something's going to happen. The judge is going to ask everyone out here to lower their mask, and I'm going to ask you if you see Chandler in the courtroom.
Okay, Phoenix, I got you.
It's one of the strange things we're going to do. So the judge will go.
Don't say anything until everybody has remasked. If everyone can lower their masks for a count of 3, 1, everybody within the courtroom, except in the jury box, 1, 2, 3, replace your masks.
Is Chandler in the room here today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where he's sitting and describe what he's wearing?
He's over there with a blue tie and a blazer.
That has to reflect the identification of the defendant.
It shall. Thank you.
When did you first begin your relationship with Chandler?
In August 2019.
And how did you meet?
We met through a friend.
What was Chandler, what was going on in his life when you first met? What was he doing with his life?
He was attending college. He was living.
It'd be great if she said, so what was Chandler doing in his life back in 2021? She's like, well, he was pretending to attend college and lying about a job with Elon Musk.
Living at home and preparing to move into an apartment. Dog sitting quite often.
And where were you in life? What were
Lot of video games.
you up to when you first met back in 2019?
When I first met Chandler, I was going to school as well, part of Student Senate, doing shows in the theater department.
Thanks so much, Ride-In Shotgun, for that fabulous coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Couldn't appreciate it more, Ride-In. Thank you very much, Ride-In.
What types of things did you and Chandler do in your relationship? Did you go on a lot of dates together?
Yeah, we would grab dinners, have movie dates, just sit at home and watch movies, go on walks quite often, play with the dogs. That was a big thing. We loved playing Frisbee with the dogs. Start shows together.
Sure. Around 2019 and 2020, and then obviously into this year a little bit, or the last year, 2021.
Hi, Jane. Good to see you.
How would you and Chandler communicate with each other? Just by calling each other, or were there other things too?
We would talk on Snapchat, text, FaceTime, and call quite often.
Okay. Would you also, so it's text, Snapchat, call, FaceTime?
Mm-hmm.
Would some,
GTSY is good to see you, Jane. Good to see you. Good to see you.
sometimes you start communicating about a subject on one and then switch to another and then switch back?
Yes.
Fair to say you communicated or you texted a lot with Chandler?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. This attorney he's holding the nuts of this courtroom. He's really got them. You know, he's owning the room for sure.
And
he comes across as very kind of, you know, friendly, approachable, but by the close of the case, when he's on his rebuttal in closing argument and his speech in the pre-sentencing hearing, when he's putting final thoughts to the judge for sentence, he's brutal, especially in the rebuttal for the closing argument. I think his co-counsel, the lady, I think it's Angela Rayner, something Rayner, does the closing argument, which is good, which is very good. And then the defense do their closing statement, which is incredibly bad. I mean, terrible, but what did they have to work with? Could you do any better with what they had to work with? Probably not. But then Attorney Brown comes back for the rebuttal and just hacks the case to death and hangs Chandler out to dry, covers him in, you know, like, I don't know. It's just brutal. And we'll get to that. We'll be covering that. We'll probably do a full video on closing arguments because, you know, they really do sum up the case very well. But Attorney Brown is vicious. Don't let this nice guy demeanor fool you. He's got the guns, man.
You've seen in this case, probably at some point, printouts of even just a couple of days of your text messages, which are hundreds of pages long, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any sort of relationship with Chandler's family?
Yes.
Let's start with his brother, Mitchell. Did you know Mitchell?
I did know Mitchell.
Tell me about your relationship with Mitchell.
I would hang out with him at the family events, be it like a dinner or for the holidays. We had
I wonder if she sees Mitchell now. I'd say probably not on both of their, you know, I don't think it would really be good for either of them to see each other or maintain a relationship, right? I mean, best just go your separate ways. Try and forget that this freak ever existed.
game night at his home once with Caitlin and Chandler and myself.
The freak being Chandler, of course.
Usually see him during family events.
What about, let's start with Bart. Did you have a relationship, or how did you know Bart Halderson?
I knew Mr. Halderson through Chandler.
I know Patricia Byrne. She looks really nice here. I mean, grief-stricken, but I particularly like her hair and her posture, and, you know, I think she looks really good here.
I was
Definitely more sort of maturely set up than what she was in the interview there.
would be at their home quite often, and he would show me fishing tips, or if I was cooking, him and Mrs. Halderson would be in the kitchen, and we would have game nights quite often, and we would also play Mario Kart together a lot.
Okay.
God, that's brutal, isn't it? You know, she's never going to play Mario Kart again, this girl.
some Kleenex there for you if you need it.
I have a handkerchief.
Go ahead and take a moment.
She should have had a black handkerchief. She is head to toe in black, like a kamikaze ninja, right? Or a Kawasaki ninja. Kawasaki. Dosaimasu arigato. Oh, look, there's her face. She looks quite different when you can't see her face. Let's have a look at her face. Is that her? It is, isn't it? That's definitely her. Yeah, you can tell from the eyes. It's definitely her.
What about Krista? Could you tell me about your relationship with Krista Halderson?
Mrs. Halderson and I, we would text often about what we're doing in our lives and talk about the dogs and Chandler, and like we would talk about recipes and food we want to try, and if I was cooking them something from my culture, she would always be excited and we talk about it, and always talk about game nights and wanting to do a girls trip to Disneyland together with her, I, and Caitlin.
Okay. You texted often with Mrs. Halderson?
Yes, I did.
Positive relationship, a good relationship?
Yeah,
Did you like her?
I did like Miss Halderson a lot.
Did you like Mr. Halderson?
Yes, I did.
You were over at the Halderson home quite a bit,
Very often, yes.
and that's over in Windsor, Oak Springs Circle?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to leading.
I'm sorry, I need to use my phone.
That's fine. I'll
Here.
Sure. Whereabouts?
Leading questions.
Okay. We'll withdraw the question and I'll ask it again. Whereabouts did the Haldersons live?
They lived in Windsor, past that big church. I don't know the road of it, but it was past a big church right by a pond.
When you were over at the house, did you mostly stick in one spot, or did you kind of treat it like your own home, go wherever you needed to go?
I would go wherever I needed to go within reason.
Back in June of this year, just before maybe everything that we're going to talk about happened, were you over at the Halderson home and had an occasion to maybe go in the basement?
Yes.
Why did you go in the basement while you were over there?
I went into the basement to grab ice cream and soda to make root beer floats with Mr. and Mrs. Halderson and Chandler.
And this is sometime in, when is it?
June.
Okay. And why were you going to the basement to grab those items? Were they were in the basement?
They were in the basement in the freezer.
Okay. The Haldersons had a freezer in the basement?
Two.
There's leading questions going on.
I'll sustain. Go ahead and phrase carefully.
Tell me about what freezers the Haldersons had.
They had a chest freezer and then a tall one, kind of like a fridge, but it was just a freezer.
Okay. And did you have an occasion ever to go in the chest freezer?
Yes.
And what types of things were in there?
Mostly fish, specifically salmon, veggies. Sometimes they'd keep ice bags in there.
Was it full?
Yes.
The other freezer, did you have occasions to go in that on occasion?
Just once.
Okay. And was it being used in full?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a screen on in front of you right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21 has been received into evidence in this case. I think we went too far, Judge. There was a happy medium there in a second.
No, that's what we discussed.
Yeah, is the Elmo on?
Yeah,
Fully.
it is.
It's the
There we
one.
go. There we go. There's a little bit of a glare on that, but is that look to be the Halderson's basement or something else?
Yes, it's the Halderson basement.
And that chest freezer that's open right there, is that the chest freezer that you had been in previously?
Yes.
And was it full when you saw it in June?
Yes.
Was it sitting like that open when you saw it last?
No.
Okay. Was it in that general location when you saw it last?
Yes.
In your relationship with Chandler, was there a lot of discussion about money?
Yes.
Was it important to you that whoever you were dating have a job or be going to school or something?
Yes.
Can you tell me why that would be important?
Just think being self-sufficient. Okay. It's either in school or working.
Okay. As far as you knew, in 2020 and this year, even 2021, let's say the spring of last year, was Chandler going to school?
Yes.
Did he talk about that with you?
Yes.
What did you know about where Chandler was going to school and what he was doing?
He was taking classes online through MATC for UW, and it was for an IT degree.
Would Chandler talk a lot about school with you?
Often.
What kind of things would you talk about?
When we'd have tests or homework that we were doing.
Going in this year, did he ever show you any sort of like work he was doing for school, any projects, things like that?
He showed me some coding he was doing once.
For a class? You said he was going online. Did Chandler ever physically go there as far as you knew? For a class?
I don't remember.
This spring, going into the summer, prior to everything happening, did you believe Chandler was going to MATC?
Yes.
Did you ever see his grades? Did he ever share his grades with you or transcripts or anything like that?
No, he didn't show me.
Do you know how close he was to graduating?
One class away, I believed.
Did you and Chandler ever talk about him working with the police at all, with scuba diving or anything like that?
With the DNR.
Sure. Tell me about that.
He told me he would scuba dive for the DNR and then sometimes help out the police through the DNR.
He'd sometimes help out the police, would he? Yeah, Madison Police Department was dependent on this guy, okay? There's this really funny bit in his fucking interrogation where he refers to a first aid kit as an IFAC. I didn't know what that meant. Chandler Halderson didn't know what that meant. He learned it from the fucking game. You know, IFAC is, I think it's individual first aid kit, IFAC. It's like a military term, cop term. The cops know, right? He's like, yeah, we're on the level, right? I work for the diving company or the diving rescue team. I need my IFAC for my foothole.
You say what he would do for them, like specifically?
Scuba diving, look in the lakes for stuff.
Was this like a job or a volunteer thing? What was your understanding from Chandler?
I believe it was a job.
And did he have this throughout the time you were dating?
During the summer.
Were there ever times where Chandler would go to that job as far as you knew, or need to schedule time to be there?
Yes.
How would that come up?
He would just tell me he had to be on call days and we couldn't hang out those days, or he would only have select time to hang out or else he'd be on call.
So there'd be times you couldn't hang out because he would say he was on call?
Mm-hmm.
How often would that come up in your relationship?
Yeah, this is the whole thing about the diving company, right? It's not enough for Chandler Halderson to lie about his college and lie about his job, because that's 9 to 5, right? He's taking care of his, not having any other responsibilities because he's blocked by his job and his schooling, 9 to 5. But in the evenings when he needs to play the game and Cat wants to hang out in the evenings, he needs an excuse. He needs to, no, babe, I'm on call. Important. I've got to be saving lives. Okay. A school bus could drive into a lake at any moment, and I'm going to need to save 50 kids because I'm a hero, right? Look at me in my scuba diving gear and my big flippers. You see these big flippers? They save lives, and I'm on call. So can't hang out tonight. You wanted to go out to that date night, but yeah, I'm on call. That's what it is. That's why he invented this lie. There's no other reason, right? This guy somehow manages to get a girlfriend that's nice and attractive and, okay, a little bit immature. She's 20 years old, for fuck's sake. Give the kid a break. Somehow he manages to get this girl, and then when she wants to hang out and go on dates and fool around or whatever it is they do, he's like, no, I need an excuse to get out of this so I can play my game. What the fuck is wrong with him? Seriously. Jesus Christ.
I don't remember.
Okay. But it came up?
It did.
Okay. Did you ever see Chandler with any sort of scuba diving equipment, oxygen tanks, those flippers that people put on, anything like that?
No.
Did you believe he worked at this dive team job back at that time?
Yes.
At some points in the past year and a half or so, did Chandler get a job with American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And what did Chandler tell you about that, or what did you know about what he was doing?
That it was an internship to help graduate through school, and he'd be doing stuff with solar panels and laying up plans for companies, going through American Family and such.
Okay. So it was an internship. Was it eventually a job or something else, like where you got paid?
A paid internship, I believe.
Okay. Did he ever show you any of his work that he was working on?
He showed me a plan on a whiteboard that he was drawing up.
When you say a whiteboard, what do you mean by that?
Like a whiteboard that you hang up in your home or see in school.
Okay. And what was on that whiteboard that he was showing you, if you remember?
A building and where they wanted to place the solar panels and how it was by a highway, so it would be a safety hazard for the direction they want to point it in because of the angle the sun could be blinding the drivers.
Okay. Did you seem excited about this project when he was talking to you about it?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chandler have any issues with pay at American Family Insurance and getting his paychecks?
Yes.
Tell me what you know about that from Chandler.
That there was something going on with who American Family would go through for payment, that the check went to the wrong address and then it had to be canceled, and then he tried setting up for direct deposit and something happened with that, and then the amount that they had to pay him was too much, so they didn't believe they owed someone that amount of money, and then it just wasn't getting to him.
Because of this issue or maybe others, were there times in your relationship where it didn't seem like Chandler had a lot of money?
Yes.
When you all went out to get food or something along those lines, would it be more common for you to pay or for him to pay, or how would that work?
For me to pay.
Okay.
You need to know.
Yeah. Sure. 1 second. I'll tell you before. Yeah. You might not have some specific dates, and that's totally okay, but do you know approximately kind of the time period Chandler was working at American Family Insurance?
I believe January until the spring.
Okay. Kind of the same question as before with MATC when I asked you about transcripts. Regarding American Family Insurance, did you ever see any documents, pay stubs, contracts, HR stuff, anything with like the logo of American Family kind of around Chandler or in his bedroom or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. And in that time period you were dating 2020 and 2021, while he said he had this job, did you believe he was working at American Family Insurance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At some point going into 2021, so just last year before the summer, did it appear that Chandler had gotten a new job or was in the process of getting a new job?
Yes.
And where was that job at?
The company or the location?
What was the...
What do people think Cat is feeling right now? You know, surely she's arrived at the conclusion that everything, all the scenarios that she is explaining and answering in these questions, she's come to the conclusion that this is all complete bullshit fabrication by Chandler, who's a liar, right? She doesn't actually think that there's a chance any of this is real, does she? I mean, it must be pretty embarrassing. I'm trying to think if it were me up there on the witness stand with TV cameras, a jury, a gallery full of some people that I know and some complete strangers, a judge sitting right up there, a fucking lead prosecutor asking me questions, all the pressure of that. And then I'm going to tell you the details of all the things that I was fooled into thinking. Yeah, he was a scuba diver, and he was helping the police. The police were dependent on his skills and knowledge. And then Elon Musk called him up and told him that he needed him. I mean, if that were me, I would go, oh my God, why did I fall for this? It's brutal.
Company?
SpaceX.
Okay. So what's going to happen now is the attorneys and I are going to talk to the judge for one second.
Yeah, I agree, Carrie. She's totally in shock. I get that. Still, and probably still is to this day. This was what? 2 and almost, I think it was February-ish, 2022. So about 2.5 years ago. So she's still not even 25 years old. She's like 20. I think she just turned 24, right? She's born in 2000. She's 24 years old, man. Now.
Second, so some weird white noise is going to come on. It'd be a good second to take a drink of water if you want, but it's going to be about 1 minute, okay? How did you first learn that Chandler was going to work at SpaceX?
He mentioned it while we were on a call.
Did you have an interview?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as in this case as exhibits 506. But I want you to look at that for a second and just quickly, you'll notice we've redacted some things. You've seen this type of exhibit before, correct?
Correct.
And we've redacted your phone number out of this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Chandler's saved in your phone as kind of a name. What is that name?
Hubby.
And that's just something you would call him?
Yes.
Okay. But are these messages with Chandler and you, looks like back in May of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the first one that Chandler says?
I have a good feeling about SpaceX.
Okay. I'll move 506 into evidence.
Any objection?
Subject to what was said on the record, no.
It is received.
Come on that screen, okay? So we're going to talk about some of them. Just real quick, because it's the first one that we're going to do that looks like this. Your phone was taken by the police and downloaded in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to try to get the lighting just right, and that might be the trick right there. So in the blue here, that's Chandler, correct?
Correct.
I have a good feeling about SpaceX, and if we're looking at it, The date on these messages is down there. It's also right there, but this one I'll read out loud just because it's a bit hard to see. We're at the 23rd of May of 2020. You say, "I'm proud of you."
Hey, thanks so much, Laura Lee, one of our long-standing supporters, Laura Lee. Thanks so much, Laura. That is very much appreciated on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you for the coffee, Laura.
What does Chandler say there?
Thanks. I hope I get a job.
And you say, "Me too." In general, were you hoping Chandler got this job?
Yes.
Why?
He seemed excited about it. A lot of pay.
A lot of pay? Did Chandler ever tell you how much money he'd be making at SpaceX?
Around 800,000.
800,000?
Sorry, I apologize. 80,000.
80,000? Okay. So after you say, "Me too," we're still on the 23rd. He says, "I'll be happy." And you respond, "I'll be very happy for you too. You'll get the money you want, the job you want," right? You were happy for him.
Correct.
You talked a little bit, and we're going to flip through some of these that maybe aren't super relevant. As we talked about, you texted a lot. But you're talking about the location and the money, and Chandler says, "Can you read that one for us?"
But I'll be happy with money.
And you say maybe they'll transfer you in a couple years. Was there any discussion about that around that time?
Yes.
And what was that discussion about? Maybe transferring or where this job was?
The job was in Florida.
Okay. And that would take you to Florida as well?
Correct.
Okay. Was it your intention to move with Chandler?
Yes.
And on May 24th, he sends you this message. What does it say?
I have a follow-up interview for Florida tomorrow.
And as that kind of approached, on the 25th now of May, you're saying, "Tell me," kind of in an exaggerated fashion, but just tell me what's going on.
Yes.
And what does Chandler say?
"Shoot, sorry, I got the job."
And you say, "Congratulations." You have a discussion about the job in general, and eventually Chandler, the same day.
And I don't think she really looks at him while she's testifying, you know. Her mother, when she testifies, is almost smiling at him and waving. I mean, she really seems more, she's a bit like Cat was in the interview, still, the mother, when she's testifying. But yeah, I think Cat's done with this guy now. And horrified.
25th. What does he say to you?
I have training next week over the computer, and I leave June 11th and start on June 14th.
Okay. You and Chandler discuss, perhaps, I think you said that you were going to move with him eventually, right?
Correct.
Was it going to be right away, or were you going to wait a couple weeks?
Wait a couple weeks.
Okay. And what does Chandler text you on the 25th?
I'll come back every other weekend, hon.
And what else?
And I can send you money till your lease is up and you move in with me.
The text messages that day end with Chandler sending you a couple messages. Can you read the first one?
If you're positive you want to be with me for the long run.
Was that in relation to you moving with him?
Yes.
And he says, what last?
Because if you're not, then I don't think you should.
Did the topic of you and Chandler moving to Florida, was that like something you talked about a lot?
Yes.
Were you excited about that?
Yes.
Did you tell your family?
Yes.
Did you tell your friends?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case. Exhibit number 507. Can you tell me what that is?
A screenshot of his SpaceX location in Florida.
And was this taken off your phone?
Yes.
Why'd you take that screenshot?
I was curious about the location of the company.
Okay. What's exhibit number 508?
A screenshot from Zillow of homes.
Zillow. Oh, this is like a real estate app, is it? She's looking at homes in
Titusville, Florida.
Yeah. Look at homes. We're buying for cash because Elon will send me the money. He's like organizing this whole thing. He's like, yeah, you better get on it. Find us a decent place. I'll pick up the bill with my nothing fantasy job.
Okay. And it's a screenshot, but there's something else in that screenshot in the top right corner. What is that?
Chandler.
How does this happen? This is on your phone. You're taking a screenshot?
Yes.
The style of his lies, it all fits in with my theory that Chandler Halderson just couldn't fucking handle being a nobody. He either had to be somebody in game as a character in game, or make up a character that he was in life. Some exclusive top of his game character, when really this guy counts doing his own laundry as a chore set for him by his parents. his parents are setting him chores, and it's like, do your own laundry and wash up the dishes that you use. Those are his list of chores, as he says.
Are you FaceTiming at this time?
Yes.
And what are you looking up there?
Homes for sale.
In Titusville?
Yeah, we're buying, babe. We're not going to rent. We're buying straight up for cash, okay? Don't worry about the money. Money's not an obstacle to us. We've got a great job with Elon Musk.
Florida?
Yes.
I'll show you. It's been marked as exhibit 509. What's that?
A pool.
And was this another one of the homes you were looking up?
Yes.
When you took these screenshots, when you were FaceTiming with your boyfriend at the time, did you believe that you were possibly...
Hey, could we get a few more likes on the video, guys? We could do with a few more likes, about 16 more likes, actually. No, 18, another 18 likes. Could we do that? Could we make that happen right now? If you haven't liked the video, please do go and like the video, like, share, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel.
You're going to be moving to Florida and maybe buying a home or renting an apartment, things of that sort?
Yes.
Fair to say these homes you were looking up weren't cheap either?
No.
Did you think you'd be having some money available to you?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 507, 508, 509 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They are received. They may be published.
Just briefly, this is exhibit number 507. I just showed you. This is what we're...
Patricia Burns says, Chandy didn't care that he was trapping her in his world. Even when in jail, she could have been out there meeting somebody to love and spend her life with, who will love her. He has no concept of her as a feeling person. Yeah, it's just an asset. She's just an asset to him. What can this person do for me? There's no what's best for her. That doesn't even come into his equation, right? Not at all. It's just like, number one, I don't think he could fucking believe his luck that at least until the trial, the girlfriend and the mother pretty much stood by him and afforded him some kind of normalcy on the calls. I love you more and all of this stuff. They were so supportive, even in the light of what he'd been charged with, right? And we were talking about earlier that the cops might not have told them all the details of what they'd discovered and everything, but surely that they know that body parts of his parents were found on the fucking farm at Cress's place, and surely they would have known the gun was found there later, right? They would have known these details, certainly. But yet they stood by him. I mean, I bet he could not believe his luck that he just had that. Mitch isn't calling him on the phone, is he? No. Brother's gone.
We're talking about when we said that you took a screenshot of just where SpaceX was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know prior to Chandler talking about it that they had a location in Florida?
No.
Where is it? Let's have a look on the map. Titusville, Florida. Where is Titusville? How do we spell this? Titusville? Titus, as in, what is that, a Greek god or something? Okay. Huh. So it's right down there next to the Kennedy Space Center. Well, that makes sense for all those rockets. Hey, not far from Sarah Boone. Winter Park over here. Yeah. And where did Michael Dunn live? Satellite Beach. Hey, look, there's Satellite Beach. So yeah, Cape Canaveral. It's all the space stuff, right? All the space stuff. Yeah, we'll be covering Michael Dunn on this channel soon, guys. You know, he committed his crimes on Black Friday, or the day after Black Friday, in Jacksonville. So I think by the time we get to Thanksgiving, we should do Michael Dunn. You know, it's been 12 years since the event happened, but it's still an important case. It's still a relevant case, and it's still got some great content for us to cover online. The interrogation is fantastic. Huge interrogation, great story, and brilliant trial footage as well. Prosecutor in that's very good as well. Mr. Guy. So where's Titusville? Titusville is a city and the county seat of Brevard County, Florida. Blah 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 blah. Okay, fine, good. We've learned facts. Side facts.
$508. We're looking at a $699,000 home in Florida. And you're kind of on the phone with Chandler. And is this what a FaceTime looks like when you're kind of browsing other apps while you're on FaceTime?
Yes.
And so is that Chandler in the top right?
Yes.
Were you talking to him about this at the time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you exhibit 509. Here we're looking at a pool of another home. Is that Chandler in the top right?
Yes.
And same thing, you were talking to him about moving to Florida?
Yes.
What kind of conversations did you personally have? Not what other people said, but what were you telling your family, your mom, your brother about the plan?
Chandler would move down to Florida and start working. I would go at the end of August after my lease ended. And I celebrated my birthday in Madison. And Titusville isn't too far from where Disneyland is. And I was looking at pharmacy schools in Florida as well.
Did you talk to your friends about this plan?
Yes.
Was there any discussion of transportation or cars or things like that once you got down to Florida?
This must be really embarrassing for her. I know I've kind of said that already, but again, you know, how embarrassing. Yeah, I was really duped. I was super duped. I was looking at properties in Titusville, Florida, and telling all my friends about this great news. Oh, bless you, Kat. I feel for you, honey.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Chandler had a car lined up for when he got down there already, and I was going to drive my car down.
Okay. Did you ever invite your friends?
What kind of car did Chandler have? I bet it was a Tesla. right? The biggest Tesla they have.
Or close to you and say like, hey, you can come down and visit when we're down there?
Yes.
What kind of things did you talk to him about doing?
Going to Disneyland, Universal Studios, going fishing.
I think we saw in one of those prior texts that the SpaceX job was supposed to begin mid-June. Was that your understanding of the timing?
Yes.
Around the time it was supposed to start, did something happen that caused a delay?
Yes.
What happened?
Mitch went to the hospital.
Chandler's brother?
Mhm.
And he's testified and told everyone kind of about it. But in general, what was your understanding of what was going on?
His sugar levels were very high and he had to be there for a couple days.
What did Chandler, did he tell you anything about whether that was going to delay SpaceX or what the relationship between those two things?
Yeah, Orlando's pretty far from Miami. I mean, it's about halfway up the boot, right? Let's have a look. Let's go to the maps. Let's go to the maps. We love maps on this channel, guys. Miami, Orlando, Jacksonville, Tallahassee. So it's actually, Orlando's a little bit closer to Jacksonville than Miami. Miami's like far away from everything. It's just busy people being rich. It's closer to the Bahamas, for fuck's sake, than Orlando. Look at that. What is that about? About 1, 2, 3, 400 kilometers. What is that? 240 miles. Let's go to the wiretaps. Chandler Halderson, Wendy Halderson. It fits.
These are Mitchell's illness and SpaceX.
He didn't want to leave while Mitch was ill.
Mitch was in the hospital for a couple days.
Yes.
At that point, did Chandler tell you or did you know of any time he was supposed to now start SpaceX?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was it delayed?
Yes.
After Mitchell's hospitalization, did anything else happen that caused a delay in SpaceX?
I ended up going to the urgent care as well, and then Chandler fell.
Okay. Chandler was in the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. What did you know about Chandler falling?
He was running and slipped down the stairs and then fell pretty hard and hit his head.
Did Chandler talk to you about his injury?
Yes.
What kind of symptoms was he reporting that he was feeling after that fall?
Yeah, Titus from the Roman Caesars, like Titus Andronicus and all of that stuff. Good. Thank you, Patricia.
Oh.
What was I thinking of? I was thinking of Colossus. Yeah, I was thinking of Colossus. Or Atlas.
Tingles in his legs, sensitivity to light, severe headaches, weakness.
Was Chandler able to physically do normal things around that time?
No.
What do you mean by that?
He had a hard time lifting things and quite often would get lightheaded.
Did I not share the map, Patricia? Sorry. Sorry, I am a pillock. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Could he carry heavy things from what you observed or knew?
No.
Could he drive long distances, things of that sort?
No.
Was he able to travel?
Does he feel any embarrassment? It seems not, KLK. I mean, the way that he sat through this trial, totally unaffected. He's looking at fucking pictures of his parents' body parts that he cut up. He's watching people that he supposedly cared about break apart like an old fucking, I don't know, what breaks apart? Like a ship in a stormy sea. Like the Edmund Fitzgerald, just breaking apart like the Edmund Fitzgerald. And he doesn't care, okay?
No.
Why do you know that, or why do you say that?
Because of the head injury and wearing the neck brace.
Okay. We'll show you a couple exhibits marked 511. Can you tell me what 511 is?
Chandler in the emergency room.
Okay. And he's kind of got his hat over his head there.
Yes.
Who sent you? Did you see this photo eventually?
Yes.
How'd you get that photo?
It was sent to me.
Do you know who sent it to you?
I believe it was Chandler or his mother.
Okay. What's 512?
Chandler with Mr. Halderson and Mitch during the Father's Day brunch.
Okay. He's wearing the collar there.
Yes.
513, another photo of Chandler in the collar.
Yes.
All right, move 511, 12, and 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Just so we're all looking at the same thing, you said this is a photograph that was sent to you, Chandler, in the hospital, 511? Correct?
Correct.
Sorry, we got to do it twice, kind of, that's how it works. 512, photograph of, that's Chandler on the left side, correct?
Correct.
And then in the middle, is that Mr. Halderson?
Correct.
And on the right, is that Mitchell?
Correct.
And that's, where is that photo taken? Do you know?
In the living room right by the kitchen.
Okay. In 513, another photograph of Chandler wearing that neck brace.
Look at him in his neck brace. I mean, God. I saw a real great picture the other day of Chandler in his neck brace. Better than this. What a fucking idiot.
Correct.
Okay. What were you aware of in terms of like what the prognosis was for his injuries? Like what was going to happen to him or what was going on?
He had a concussion, light sensitivity, and tingling in his legs.
Was it going to get better?
I guess at this point, I'm going to object. I need you to use the microphone.
I'll withdraw the question, the defense object. Did Chandler tell you if he was going to get better or the symptoms were improving around that time?
No.
Was there any discussion about how the concussion and the injury was going to affect SpaceX?
He wouldn't be able to travel down there.
Tell me about anything you remember about that type of discussion.
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah. What did Chandler specifically tell you about why he couldn't travel?
Because he was wearing the neck brace and he had a concussion, so he shouldn't be flying.
Same question as before about American Family and MATC. Did you ever see anything around Chandler's room, on his phone, any documents, records with the SpaceX or Tesla logo or anything like that?
No.
Talked a little bit about houses and things of that sort. Were you aware at any point if Chandler had rented an apartment?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
It was a 2-bedroom apartment, and he put a down payment for it. And there's a little dog park, so I could bring my dog Chewbacca down.
I'm going to have another coffee. Fuck it. What time is it? 4 a.m. I'm having another coffee. I'm going to be up all day now. Yeah. Where are we with this stream? I think we can get through the whole thing today. I think we can do it. It's going to take a little while. We've got this. How long have we got left of this? Another 20 minutes of this, and then part 2. Part 2, we'll do part 2. I mean, the good news is there's going to be no fucking cross-examination because they don't cross-examine hardly anyone. I think they did a little bit with Smith, the friend that Chandler met in-game who gave Chandler the gun, but it was really nothing. And Smith put them down. He was like, that's none of your business how I sell my guns. He really put them down. And he had a point.
Okay. How did you know about this apartment?
Chandler sent me a link.
Did he tell you whether he was just looking at it or if he had actually rented it?
That he rented it.
Did you yourself see a lease of any sort?
No,
Did you ever sign a lease?
no,
Is your only connection with this apartment is looking at the listing that was sent to you?
correct.
We're going to start talking about events starting on June 30th and kind of all the way through July 8th at this point. And I think I'm going to let...
Okay, if anyone would like to buy Carrie Brooke a coffee, you could head over to buymeacoffee.com/Carrie Brooke or True Crime Metrix and buy Carrie a coffee or some sweets, candies. Carrie Brooke says, I think I need a coffee too. The time change always kicks my butt, even when I gain an extra hour. I know, right? How does that work? You're more tired with an extra hour.
Some of your messages guide our conversation, so I'm going to be walking back and forth quite a bit.
I think the brain just checks out. It's like, what time is it? What day is it? I don't know. I don't care. I'm going to bed.
But I'm going to show you what's been marked.
Look at that.
So I'm going to be walking back and forth quite a bit.
You don't often see...
But
move out of the way, William Brown. You don't often see the court bailiff sat down, do you? He's supposed to be ready to leap into action.
What's been marked in this case is exhibit number 514. Just briefly, could you just page through that and tell us kind of what dates these text messages are from?
They're all on June 30th.
June 30th of 2021, right?
Correct.
All right. And these are the messages between you and Chandler?
Correct.
I'll move 514 into evidence.
I like how she says correct a lot as well.
Any objection?
I'll bring up the same objection from the sidebar, but otherwise, no.
All right. And based upon the same ruling, they are received and they may be shown.
I'm going to start showing them, and I'm going to ask for some context because we're picking up obvious.
And I think she might have been coached a little bit to, that her demeanor on the stand is partially coaching, not coaching like you've got to say this or that, but coaching like from a therapist to prepare her for the least damaging way for her to give testimony on the stand. Because just saying correct all the time is probably the least emotionally involved way. It's very clinical, right? Very clinical way to affirm, it's amazing how much can be said with the word yes, or that's right, or any other way. Correct is like scientific, and she's a pharmacist, right? But I think maybe she's already been speaking with a therapist or a what do you call it? A trauma care worker or something to prepare her for this impactive, stressful set of circumstances she's going in to testify, and all this stuff's going to get brought up. I mean, I'd want some prep if I was Cat Mellender. I mean, if it were me, I think I could handle it. But if I was Cat Mellender, I'd want some prep, and I believe that might be possible. I don't know. It's just the way that she's very clinical. This is the thing, right? It's total contrast to how she was in the interview. She was informal in the interview to the nth degree. I mean, just the full informality of that. It was almost inappropriate at times. And I think that's why some people get a bit antsy with her and go, oh, she's hard to watch. It's brutal. She's so immature, because she's way more informal and personable than what the situation calls for. She's doing pinky promise with the cops. She's saying, I'm going to hold you to that, and all of this sort of, charming, endearing young stuff, when the situation here is you're being interviewed in a double homicide by murder detectives, okay? That's the situation here. But now she's very clinical. I mean, she's gone to completely the other end of the spectrum, right? Which is a really interesting way for us to glean her personality. We've seen it over there to the max. We've seen it over here to the max, but we never get to see the middle part. And that's what we would love to see. So Cat, if you'd like to come on the show and, we can talk about anything. I would totally understand if you don't want to talk about the case or be questioned about the case, or, for an interview sort of situation where we're like, so when Chandler told you that he was going down to Florida, did you see any signs of blah, blah, blah? I would just like to have a conversation with you, Cat. I think it would be interesting. I think it would be good therapy for you and good therapy for all of us at True Crime Metrix.
We see in the middle of.
How do we reach out to Cat? How do we get that done? We're following her mother on Instagram now because it's just an open account, but it doesn't seem to be very active. So I don't know if there's much point in reaching out to the family on there, but there must be a way to get in touch with Cat Mellender. I mean, how do we do that?
Of thousands of pages of messages, maybe. But the first message is a message from you. To be honest, it's getting to the point where I want to text your mom directly. What was this about on June 30th, 3:18 in the afternoon?
About him being grounded and not being able to see me or hang out.
What was your understanding at that time of what was going on from Chandler? What did he tell you? He was grounded?
Yes.
Okay. Were you wanting to see him?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about whether he could see you or not?
He couldn't.
Because of what?
Because I wasn't allowed over.
You communicated with Krista a lot, right?
Yes.
When you say that, was Chandler telling you that, or did you actually hear that from Krista or Bart?
From Chandler.
Okay. And you say, it's getting to the point where I want to text your mom directly. And Chandler says, can you read that for me?
It's fine, B. That'll only piss them off more.
And what does he say?
This weekend will be great.
That weekend was the 4th of July weekend coming up, right?
Correct.
You say, now we're still June 30th. We're about 3:19 in the afternoon. You say, okay. And he says what?
Thanks, though.
And then on June 30th, you send this message next. What does that say?
We're not going to the cabin, right?
So in the realm of messages where the cabin, the first time the jury's seen that, how did this come up, or what was going on where you sent this message?
Patricia likes Chandler's hair. I agree, it's the best he's looked. I mean, as far as I know, prison barbers are pretty good. Like, I guess they have a lot of time on their hands, right? But a lot of people come, I mean, not Charlie Adelson, but a lot of people come to trial with a good trim, you know?
I was under the impression that Mr. and Mrs. Halderson were going up to the cabin for the 4th of July weekend.
Was that conversations or like over the phone or in person you'd had with Chandler, or was that?
Over the phone.
Okay. And you ask, we're not going to the cabin, are we? What does Chandler say?
No.
You say, I can ask if we can go to the farm, right?
Correct.
And that ended up coming to fruition. You did that.
Yes.
Okay.
Gary, I think the highlight of my night has been when you you sent a cry laughing emoji to yourself. That was hilarious.
You read that last message you sent?
That way we can say my mom can care for you, since they have a lot of stuff here that they use for Mike and Papa.
Your mom and Crest.
This all of this, you can just see Chandler's mind working in his tiny little rabbit mind. I mean, just going, yes. And what I'll do is, because of the neck injury, I'll start bad mouthing my parents to Cathryn's mom, and then she'll invite me to come and live with them. Let me use one of their cars. Give me a month or two of free rent where I can play games all day long and not look for a job. And then when that invitation runs out, I'll just move on to the next sucker. What a guy. What a guy. Imagine if that was your lasting legacy on this earth. That really is all you became. That really is the extent of your potential that you met on this planet, and then you went and lived in the concrete shitbox for the rest of your fucking life from the age of 23, and you went into jail as a little white skinny boy with not a hair on your body at the tender age of 23. What do you think that's like in a maximum security prison with other people that have been convicted of the most serious crimes that there are? What do you think it's like to go into prison looking like he does, huh? A pretty boy. Not good. I don't think it's good, you know?
Testified, who are Mike and Papa in general, and what did that mean that there was stuff there for them?
Mike is Cress's brother, and Papa is her father. Papa is elderly. He is over 90 years of age. And Mike is wheelchair bound and needs help going to the restroom. And overall, my mom helps take care of them.
Okay. What kind of stuff were you talking about that there was?
Chandler's thinking, maybe she could help me to the restroom. Maybe this is why he wanted a colostomy bag and an external catheter, because then he wouldn't have to get up to take a shit, would he? Because every time he has to take a shit is like, minutes, 5-10 minutes where he's away from the game. So he's like, yeah, I know, I'll just shit in a bag. And then I won't have to leave the game at all. People will bring me my food and I can shit in a bag, and Cress can empty my bag once a day, and then I can play games from every single waking hour. Shitting in a bag is my new objective in life.
Stuff there.
Hey,
Walkers.
welcome to our new fantastic member of the YouTube community. We've got a new member, folks. It's Christine Daly. Christine Daly. Welcome, Christine Daly. It's so good to have you as a member, Christine, and we welcome you with all of our heart.
If he needed one of those stools that you put over the toilet so an elderly person can sit down and they don't have to squat so low, since it's hard for their...
I know the thumbnail yesterday of Cat on the Stand. I mean, you can't really see it here in the video, but I put a bit of brightness or contrast on, and the layers of her hair on this day are fantastic. I mean, it's probably the best haircut on a woman I've ever seen in my life.
knees.
Okay, maybe that was a bit over the top with the compliment, but it's very good, very nice.
Okay. Was it your impression that Chandler would be assisted by some of those things?
Let's bring it up, actually. Where's a picture of Cat's hair with the nice shiny layers? Let's bring it up. Hang on. Wait. Are we sharing this tab? Show this tab. Look at that. That is some nice, full hair. What do you think? How many marks out of 10 do you give that hair? Let us know in the comments, guys. I'd give it a straight 9.5. I mean, I don't know. I just never give 10, but I don't know what's wrong with it at all. Looks great. And coupled with the distress of her glaring eyes here as well, it sort of adds a bit of I don't know what presence to the hair and the mask. Yeah, I really like the hair. Oh, we've lost audio. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. We'll be back. We'll be back right now. We're coming back right now. We're coming back so quick. This one. His last consensual shower, yeah. With a woman, with a nice woman.
No.
Why did you say that? There was stuff there for them.
So we'd be able to hang out since his mom was very concerned about his injury.
Okay. The next day, Thursday, July 1st, you worked that day?
Can you repeat the date?
Sure, Thursday, July 1st, so before the 4th of July weekend.
Correct.
You have a normal job, normal type of hours, right?
Correct.
Weekdays.
Correct.
Okay. Hopefully just weekdays, right? Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 516. And I know it might be in a different form than usual, but in general, do you have an idea of what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
Snapchat messages.
And who are they with?
Chandler.
And Chandler's, to the best you can, I know these are people make up names, but what was Chandler's Snapchat name?
Chazzle Dazzle.
Chazzle Dazzle. And significant parts of this are redacted out. In the course of sending Snapchat, sometimes you send just, in general, people are sending pictures back and forth. And part of what we've done in this case is just redact any photographs that we really thought we could, right?
Correct.
Okay. I kept one on though, just to prove that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is 516 Snapchat messages between July 1st and July 7th between you and Chandler?
Correct.
All right, I'll move 516 into evidence.
Any objection?
Same objection as the text messages.
Same ruling that it is received, may be published.
I need you to tell us about Snapchat. I don't know what everyone's understanding is. Everyone's of different ages. Some people have a Snapchat, some people don't. Just in general, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat is a social media app where you can send photos with titles, or you can send messages through the chat part of the app.
And what is one of the features of Snapchat that it's primarily known for that text messages maybe aren't?
They aren't generally saved.
They delete, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a way to manually save messages or photos on Snapchat?
Yes.
And is it easy or is it hard?
I find it easy.
What do you do?
You hold down the text and you select save.
And if you save the message, if you're communicating right now with Snapchat with one of your friends and they send you a snap, if you click on it and look and do nothing, that message will delete, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. But if you could manually save it, right? By putting your finger down and saving it.
Correct. Or if you change the settings to delete within 24 hours.
Right. Sometimes when you snapped with Chandler, one or both of you would save the messages.
Correct.
And those messages are what we're looking at here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Could you say Snapchat is your primary form of communication with Chandler?
One of them.
Okay. So I'm going to display 516, and we'll start going through some things here in a second. But we left one photograph on just to prove that's you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll redact the rest. And when, for obvious reasons, we don't want everything coming out. But on July 1st of 2021 at 7-Eleven, you get a message, right? From Chandler?
Correct.
What does it say?
How do you sleep?
And you say, I slept good. How did you sleep? And how does he respond?
I hardly slept.
Okay. He gives you kind of a emoji face. You say, I'm sorry, B. Why? Can you read Chandler's message back to you after you say why?
I don't know. Stuff hasn't really been going well for me lately, so I'm trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over.
Okay. After that,
Oh, poor me, poor me. Stuff hasn't been going well for me lately, poor me. Just waiting for the next thing to fuck me over, poor me. Give me attention and look after me because I'm a loser.
Chandler sends another message, and we'll try to get it in the right spot. And can you read that?
Yeah, I just had a great future planned and it's falling apart.
Okay. And you say, no, it's not. You're going to be okay. You're reassuring him, right?
Correct.
I'd love to hear from Chandler's previous girlfriend, who was a friend of Cat's. Does anyone know what her name is? I don't know if that's been revealed at all anywhere. I don't know if I've ever heard it. Does anybody know what Chandler's previous girlfriend was called?
You respond, you're going to go to Florida. You even said it's probably just the brace, probably just the brace, right?
Correct.
He says, thanks. You say, of course, I love you, and I'm here to keep your booty in check.
Correct.
Now we're up to 7:55 in the morning. Right after you say that, what does Chandler say back to you?
There's a bit of a glare.
Sure.
Thank you. Will you leave me even if it doesn't work? Worded bad, but you understand.
You respond, no, I wouldn't. And he says,
I won't stop trying.
okay. You say, like, Florida would be so dope and like nice, but I'm not dating you for money. I love you tons.
Correct.
What does he say?
I love you a ton too. By the way, I'm not giving up. I'm just worried.
You say, don't worry, love. Don't be worried, love. It'll work out.
Correct.
And he says, thank you, B. You say, of course. Now we're up to 8:30. He says, you helped me a ton. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Other than these messages, these Snapchat messages that morning, were you and Chandler communicating by phone or anything else around 7:30 into 8:30 in the morning on July 1st of 2021 that you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now that's a weekday, and I think you said you were working that day.
Correct.
About what time do you go to work?
$8:30 since I was working close.
Okay. And if you had to work at 8:30, is that what time you would leave or what time you'd get there?
I have to be clocked in by 8:30.
Okay. What time would you have to leave where you're staying then to get to work by 8:30?
Around 8 o'clock, 8:10.
Okay. When you're at work, I think we all maybe send an occasional message or two, but are you frequently on your phone a lot at work or only when you just have a second?
When I have a minute.
Okay. Do you have a busy job?
I do.
Okay.
What does that word mean, sultry? It's one of those words that I use, and I'm not even sure if I'm using it correctly. Let's look it up. Let's go to the wiretaps. Sultry. Off the air or whether hot or humid, suggesting or expressing a passionate or strongly sexual nature or attraction. Definitely sultry vibes going on here.
At some point that day, you and Chandler switched back to texting as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 515. Just look at a message. Can you tell me what date these messages are?
July 1st, 2021.
All right, and this appear to be a couple pages of text messages between you two?
Correct.
All right, I'll move 515 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No.
They are received. And they may be published.
All right, maybe try one more light on, Judge, and we'll see if we can't get this.
Don't think that.
That's worse than ever. Oh, there we go. All right. Can you see that, Cat, or no?
Correct, I can.
Okay. I'm going to try on my end to fix things up a little bit. Starts with just you talking, and eventually there's a message from Chandler on the 1st at 1:02 p.m. And I'll move it down so it's out of the light. But can you tell me what that message says?
Sorry, forgot to tell you, but Mom did okay you hanging out with us all weekend.
Sorry, and I think I said Chandler. I meant you. Right. Did you send that message or did Chandler?
I did.
Okay. Your mom okayed you guys hanging out.
Correct.
Was that at the farm and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Chandler responds, awesome. And what do you say back to him?
Yeah, so convince your parents hard.
And that was at 1:03 on the 1st. What did you mean by that? Convince your parents hard?
I meant to convince his parents to let us hang out.
Okay. Why would he need to convince his parents based on what you knew at the time? What was going on?
He wasn't able to hang out around that time.
Yeah. And then at 1:03, just after that, Chandler sends you a message. What does that say?
I overheard that they might go to the cabin with their friends, but IDK.
So that was kind of following up on the possibility of the cabin from yesterday on the 30th. There it's kind of more conclusive.
Correct.
Okay. What time did you get off work? What time do you get off work generally, or if you know what time did you get off that day?
5 o'clock.
Hey, observation station. It's COVID, but Cat is wearing a mask, and she's very happy that she can wear a mask in COVID, and it's permitted in court. I mean, it's not mandatory; it's optional. But some witnesses don't wear a mask. But Cat's very happy. She clearly wants to remain as unseen as possible, and it's not difficult to understand why.
When you get home that day, do you remember what you did?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you and Chandler FaceTime a lot?
Yes.
Kind of a weird question, but I have to ask. Did you sometimes FaceTime when you guys were showering?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes you take screenshots of Chandler.
Yes.
You took a lot of screenshots on your phone, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as 517. Is that one of those screenshots?
Yes.
Did you take that night, sometime after you got home from work, while FaceTiming with Chandler?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move 517 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's not a nude photograph, too, I'll note for the court.
I'm sorry?
It's above the waist.
Oh, understood. It is received, it may be published.
And just briefly, that's kind of the FaceTime setup, but that's Chandler. And the background, does that appear to be the shower at the Halderson home?
Yes.
Okay. They have a big shower in that house.
Yes.
Okay. And it's Chandler looking into his phone and you snap the screenshot.
Pardon?
You snap that screenshot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any plans to hang out with Chandler that night as far as you remember?
Not that night.
Okay. But you were communicating a lot?
Correct.
Okay. Later that night, at some point, Judge, if you could turn the lights on just briefly for the witness. Here's some additional messages. Around 8:30 at night, Chandler sends you a couple of messages. Could you just, there's one with an emoji, but could you read out the two that have text?
Baby, I need you.
Baby, I need you.
Yes.
Did you know what that was in reference to?
I don't recall.
Okay. And later there's discussion of him looking at your Snapchat location and wondering where you were.
Correct.
Okay. And I think I said 8, but it's in military time, so that would be 6:30-ish or so. Okay.
Which exhibit were those in, counsel?
Sure. It was a reference.
And I finished that coffee already, and we're just about to move on to part 2. Oh, we've got to get through it. Man, it's going to be a seriously late night for me tonight. Oh, man. What are we going to do? We're going to have to... Well, it is what it is.
Exhibit 516.
Thank you.
After, so around 6:30 or so, when Chandler sends you the message, baby, I need you, do you recall talking to him after that, verbally on the phone?
I think we can go to part 2.
We left off. We're still on Thursday, July 1st, going into the evening. We looked at the FaceTime Snapchat you took, and then
87 minutes. Okay, well, maybe we can do portions of it.
Maybe some snaps that were sent to you, baby, I need you, things of that sort, right? Okay.
Correct.
And I think my last question to you, or in the last couple of questions, was, did you know what Chandler was going to be doing that night?
I don't recall.
But you weren't with him?
I was not with him.
Around that time, a couple things were going on, I guess, according to your testimony so far. Chandler was grounded in some respect?
Correct.
Did you have any knowledge from Chandler about how long he was grounded for, or the duration of that?
No, just that we weren't allowed to hang out.
Okay. So the weekend and the parents being gone was going to change that?
Yes.
These physical symptoms that we talked about with Chandler and the concussion, I think you'd mentioned maybe kind of having some leg issues and couldn't lift things of that sort?
Correct.
Were those all going on that date as far as you know?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 518, 519, 520. I'll direct your attention to the top right of that. 521, 522, 523, and 524. In general, are these photos of Chandler?
Yes.
And what action is he performing in these photos?
Carrying large bags of ice.
And
carrying large bags of ice. No neck brace, though. Yeah. As soon as his parents were gone, no one ever saw him in that neck brace again. I'm not going to... It itches, and it's not comfortable. I can't move my fucking neck. Oh, grounding a 23-year-old Patricia. Yeah. Yeah, there's a winner. That's what you want in your man, isn't it? You know?
To your knowledge, based on all of your conversations and observations of Chandler, on July 1st of 2021, was this activity, the carrying of ice, was that inconsistent with what you knew his physical limitations to be?
Correct.
There's 2 bags, right?
Yes.
And at one point, they're both even in one hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to sit these exhibits aside for now. We're not going to receive them into evidence just yet. So if those photographs were taken the night of July 1st, that would be surprising to you.
Yes.
Going into the next day, the day before the weekend, I guess. So now we're into July 2nd, which is a Friday. Did you work as normal that day?
Yes.
And kind of as before, maybe messaging with Chandler throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay. What were your general plans that Friday? Do you recall?
To stop at Target, stop at my apartment, stop at my mom's home, and then go to.
He backed this chick because he was seeing her friend and bad mouthing her to Cat, like saying, "Oh, every time I try and break up with her, she threatens to kill herself and blah blah blah, and I'm trapped." And I think he just thought Cat was easier for him to take advantage of, right? The other girlfriend probably wanted to spend time with him and go on dates and hang out. And, Cat was just easier to say, yeah, I've got my diving commitment. I'm on call with the scuba diving team and, they might need me. It's a responsibility.
Go to Chandler's.
And what were you and Chandler going to do?
Hang out.
Okay.
Have a sleepover.
Were you excited about this?
Yes.
How long had it been at that time that Chandler had been in this?
Were you really excited about it? I mean, what was there to be excited about? You're going to go around, Chandler's going to complain, talk about, stuff that is bothering him. I mean, there's nothing to this kid at all. Chandler Halderson, just nothing interesting or dynamic or nothing. Just an empty vase.
Being kind of grounded state where you hadn't seen him a lot.
About 2 weeks.
Okay. As you left work that day, did you have to go to Target to pick some stuff up?
Yes.
What were you picking up in general? Maybe I'll ask a better question. Was it groceries?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 525. What is that?
Pork chops, oat milk, cheese.
Sure. Is this from the Hilldale Target?
Yes.
Do you do the pickups at Target or do you go in and shop?
I do the pickups.
Okay. So like a lot of people during COVID, you've done the pickup thing where you order ahead?
Correct.
Okay. I'll move 525 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
Not crazy exciting for everyone, but it's the Hilldale Targets picked up at 529. Hilldale here in Madison, kind of down University Avenue, right?
Correct.
All right. Got a couple things, some pork chops, some oat milk, some cheese, normal stuff, right?
Correct.
But you didn't stop there. You went to another Target, didn't you?
Yes.
How does that work that you end up at two Targets in the same day?
If something isn't available at one Target, I will order it at another and then go pick it up from there.
Okay. So you went to multiple Targets.
Correct.
And so there we see Madison East Target at 637, right?
Correct.
You got a watermelon.
Yep.
Awesome. Were you taking these things over to the Halderson house?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And when you pick things up at Target, you've done this a lot, I would imagine.
Very often.
Do they put any sort of stickers?
Very often. I was always picking up things from Target for Chandler and paying for them. I'd call him up. I'd say, give me a list of everything you need. He'd cook, leave a mess in the kitchen, and I'd clean it up afterwards. Yeah, I would do this very often. Pick everything up, pay for it, clean up the mess. That was my job.
There are markings on the bag to indicate this is for you.
Yes.
In general, just describe what goes on those bags.
It is a barcode for them to scan after they receive my order, and it has my first initial and last name.
You see, answers like that, I mean, could that be more clinical? That's like someone reporting on a science experiment. It has a barcode for them to scan. It has my name and first initial. And what did she say? Let's play it again. Let's go to the wiretaps. Don't take my word for it.
In general, just describe what goes on those bags.
It is a barcode for them to scan after they receive my order, and it has my first initial and last name.
Okay, so it is a barcode for them to scan, and it receives my order, and it has my first initial and last name. She reads that like she works for the company, you know, like she's reading the process, the procedure that they follow at the company. Very clinical.
Okay. I'm going to show you what to mark in this case is exhibit number 526.
In a good
Maybe
way.
some more messages.
I'm saying it's in a good way that allows her to maintain a defense from what must be a shattering experience, you know, definitely a shattering experience.
Take a look at that. Does that appear to be text messages between you and Chandler there that day on the 2nd, July 2nd?
Correct.
Starting in the morning.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 526 into evidence.
Subject to the standing objection, it is received.
And so, in fact, kind of first thing maybe you say to him that day is you got to go to both Targets for your groceries.
Yep.
That's 923. And then you're going to take some of them to your mom's.
Yes.
Tell me just real quick, and we're not going to talk about addresses, but general living situation at the time, back in July of last year. Did you live with your mom?
No.
Did you have an apartment?
Yes.
And would you sometimes stay at your apartment?
Yes.
Sometimes at your mom's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chandler says, okay, at 9:23. And then on July 2nd at 9 in the morning, after you talk about Target, can you read that message from Chandler to you?
Don't rush. I have tons of chores they are having me do.
You say, okay. And then you talk about what you're having for dinner. Maybe burgers, maybe chili.
Yes.
Okay. Talk more about what you're going to have for dinner. He says, I don't know. What would you like? And you say, depends on how long we see each other, talking about in general what you're going to do and what you're going to eat. You read what Chandler sent you on the 2nd of July at just before 10 in the morning at 9:58.
We could do dinner tonight, and you can come over in the morning again and stay till Sunday night.
Yeah, we can do dinner in the night. Then you'll go. I'll stay here. You'll come back in the morning, and we can stay until Sunday night. But, you know, you have to go home because I have chores. And my long list of chores is cut off my parents' arms and legs, sever their heads, set fire to them in the family fireplace, clean up the blood from my foot hole, look after the dogs, do the dishes, take your shit upstairs, get a job, cut off my father's feet, you know, measure all of the limbs, all of the severed limbs, so that I know that they fit in the fireplace, and then you'll come back in the morning, okay? And if you could bring the Swiffer wet jet, that would be great.
Did that message strike you as odd of coming over, leaving, and coming back?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was already going to be there, and I thought our plan was for the whole weekend.
Okay. So he says, you could come over for dinner, and then the in between what's not written, but your impression was you'd leave and then come back the next day.
Can you say that a little louder, please?
Sure. Was it your impression from this message that Chandler was telling you that you would leave that night and come back the next morning?
Correct.
Okay. So he says that, and then he says, like dinner plus the sex to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you ask him, why leave and come back if I'm just going to stay? And Can you read Chandler's response?
So I can get some chores done.
Did you know what chores he was talking about at this time?
I don't think Kat got a lawyer, Albert, but like I said, I think she might have had a trauma counselor or something who has advised her of a method that she can use to testify that will be the least, that will make her the least vulnerable to mental degradation. Just to protect herself from entering further into trauma, because this clinical thing just seems like that might have been advised by a mental health professional. I think it's effective. I think it's maintaining her lack of vulnerability as best as could be expected.
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you another exhibit marked 527 in this case. Just in general, do those appear to be more text messages between the two of you on July 2nd?
Yes.
I'll move 527 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
Considerable discussion about what you're going to eat, yes, toppings. You're going to check some buns. There's talk of all the burger ingredients. You're talking about food, right?
Correct.
At 12:14, Chandler sends you this message. What does that say?
We set for this. We just need ice.
Do you know what you needed ice for?
Chandler likes ice in his drinks, or sometimes we...
Yeah. Chandler likes ice in his drinks. He needs 50 pounds of ice for his drinks. Yeah, if you could get the jumbo bag, 10 of them. It's a real hot July this weekend, and I need 50 pounds of ice.
Put it in a pool for the dogs.
Well, that's a good excuse, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to make an ice pool for the dogs. Going to need about 500 bags of ice for the dogs.
Did you buy ice and take it to the house?
Yeah, that's what I think, Albert, that she's had some kind of counseling, grief counseling, trauma counseling, whatever it is. And they've said, listen, you're going to testify. And that is going to be a lot of triggering, discussion for you. A lot of stuff's going to come up. It's going to bring up buried feelings. It's going to bring up, you need to protect yourself. And this is the way that you should answer questions. Just be clinical. Just state facts and maintain that composure. That's how to get. Maybe I'm completely imagining this, but that kind of makes sense to me. Oh, hey, what's this up here? Look, Right in Shotgun says, you can help support True Crime Metrix by buying candy or coffee at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. It's true, guys. It is true. And you can also support the channel by sending a super chat or a super like or a super sticker or a super thanks if you're watching on demand, which is all fantastic as well. But the real fantastic place to support the channel is buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description, guys.
I don't remember at the moment.
Do you remember if that day when you went over, you put ice in a pool for the dogs or anything like that?
No.
And just after that, Chandler sends you another message. Can you read that?
And now hydrogen peroxide because I stepped on glass.
Is that the first you had heard about any sort of injury?
Yes.
Now, after this message was sent, are we looking at the whole communication, or was there like a phone call or anything like that, or is this all you knew?
I don't remember.
You respond, more talk about groceries. I'll bring spicy cheese and pickled jalapenos.
Yes.
Okay. And again, and I apologize, no one likes to see their messages probably on a giant screen, but it just, in general, you say, and Jesus, you're kind of just making a joke that you'll bring Jesus with you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, she's bringing Jesus. A bit late for that now. Where was Jesus when we needed him? God damn it. He's always late.
Chandler responds at 12:16, yes, please. But then quickly follows up. Can you read that last message?
But for real, if your mom has an extra bottle, that would be great. It is Swiffer Wet Jet.
Extra bottle, and was it your belief that he's referring to hydrogen peroxide?
Correct.
You respond almost immediately. We have both. He says thanks, and it'll be the end of exhibit 527. Had Chandler ever asked you to bring hydrogen peroxide over before, as far as you remember?
Not that I remember.
Did you, in fact, bring him hydrogen peroxide?
Yes.
Where'd you get it?
From my mom's house.
You took her bottle?
Yes.
And what about a Swiffer mop?
From my mom's house.
You took that to Chandler's?
So he borrowed the Swiffer Wet Jet from Cat's mom, cleaned up all of the fucking bloody mess on the kitchen floor and the basement and everything, and just sucked a load of his parents' body matter into the Swiffer Wet Jet and handed it back. I mean, I'd love to know what happened to that Swiffer Wet Jet. Can we have a look at one? I don't even really know what it is. Let's go to the wiretaps. Swiffer Wet Jet. Okay, so this is a Swiffer Wet Jet. Let's have a look. Share this tab. Share this tab. I mean, that's it? Okay. Oh, here's a good thing. Look. There we go. So we connect, we insert batteries, we attach, we load, we spray clean, we clean up all the blood, we remove all the blood, and we hand it back to the person we borrowed it from. Beautiful, huh? I mean, what an advert for Swiffer Wet Jet. I wonder if their sales went up or down after this trial. Everyone was like, hey, that sounds pretty good. Honey, we need to get a Swiffer Wet Jet. Or hell no, we're not getting a Swiffer Wet Jet. That's what that weird kid used to clean up his parents' bodies.
Yes.
I'm sure it's been marked in this case. It's exhibit number 528. What is that?
My mom's home.
That's your mom's?
Yes.
And is that the Swiffer?
Yes.
Is that the one you took to Chandler's?
Yes.
All right, I'll move
72 people in the stream tonight, guys. Don't forget to leave a like on the video, guys, please. Share, subscribe, leave a comment, and especially leave a like and subscribe.
28 evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
Not.
See, some of you just heard me say that and still have not clicked a like. Just go and the video's paused. We'll wait. You just take your mouse and you click the button. Like. Click that like button. Or maybe not your mouse. If you're watching on a phone or an iPad, you could just use your finger. Like the video.
Anything spectacular, but police eventually came over and asked where the Swiffer was, and that's where it was, and they took a picture, right?
Yep.
Okay. The bottle of hydrogen peroxide and the Swiffer go with you as you're kind of making your way from Target to your mom's and then to Chandler's that night, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you get over to Chandler's house, do you take the bags of groceries inside, or do they go inside at some point?
Yes.
And the hydrogen peroxide?
Yes.
What do we use the word Swiffer for in the UK, Patricia? I don't know that I've ever used the word Swiffer for anything.
And the Swiffer?
Yes.
When you first go in the house that day, did you notice anything off?
Yeah, I did notice something off. The whole place smelled like a bonfire, and there were a lot of bloody rags all over the kitchen floor.
There was a smoky smell.
Okay. Did Chandler tell you more about, did he explain why there was
Man, I'm on my 6th cup of coffee for this stream. If you want to keep us stocked up on coffees, guys, head on over. You know, it's 4:45 in the morning here. And for Patricia Bones over in the UK there. Yeah, no, if you want to keep us stocked up on coffees, head over to buymeacoffee.com and buyusacoffee.com. It's real easy. You just go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. There's even a link in the description to help you get there. Thank you very much, guys.
a smoky smell?
Because he was playing catch with Rizzo in the house, and the glass shattered in the fireplace, and so the smell got into the home.
Rizzo is a dog, right?
Correct, the border collie.
How did Chandler say the glass broke with the dog?
I thought they were both border collies.
He was throwing the ball in the house.
Okay. Did you look into that any further? Did you go over to that fireplace and poke around?
No.
Was there, in fact, a glass panel broken on it?
Yes.
Okay. You stayed the night there that night, right?
Nola Vine's down in Sydney, and it's almost 4 p.m. there. Huh. And it's Monday, I think, right? Yeah. Hang on. Where's the dateline?
Correct.
Where did you all sleep?
On the couches pushed together.
And
Crime Metrix is a global enterprise, folks. You know, I think tomorrow we might start a stream real early and hit up some of our friends in Bangladesh. You know, I don't think we have enough people in Bangladesh. We're going to Dakar. We're going to Dakar, and we're getting some subscribers from Bangladesh.
Where were those in the house?
In the lower living room by the fireplace.
Around this time, Chandler had a bedroom, right?
Yes.
Had a bed?
Yes.
Did he explain to you why you were sleeping in a kind of like a fort in the living room?
To be with the dogs and watch TV on the bigger screen.
Had you ever done that before in staying at Chandler's house?
No.
At the time, did it strike you as odd?
No.
What, when my 23-year-old boyfriend said, "Hey, babe, I've got a surprise for you. Look, I've built us a fort with couches in the living room, and we're going to sit in this like we're a couple of 8-year-olds. Yeah, I've stocked up on wagon wheels and moon pies, and we're going to have an all-night lay-in the couch fort." Okay? Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised to find out that my boyfriend had the brain of a 7-year-old.
That room you slept in kind of the couch fort pushed together. The jury's seen it, by the way. They've seen photographs and a video. That was in the same room as the fireplace that had the broken panel, right?
Yes.
It was near the bathroom as well, right?
Objection.
Was it near the bathroom?
Questions.
You may answer that question. The question was rephrased in light of the objection.
Can you repeat it, please?
Was it near the bathroom where you were sleeping?
Yes.
Okay. That night, do you recall anything unique or special about sleeping, or was it kind of a normal night other than the fort?
The girls, the dogs, Rizzo and Izzy, were riled up because of the fireworks.
Was there a TV in that room?
Yes.
Were you watching TV as you went to sleep?
Yes.
Do you know whether Chandler slept at all that night, or do you not know?
I don't know.
Okay. While you were with Chandler that night, did he say anything about where his parents were?
Up north at their cabin.
Had you ever been to the cabin before?
No.
What did you know about the cabin?
Mrs. Halderson's father built it. There's a skull on the outside. It's by a lake. And they'd go up there often, whether to change the window panes or do work on it.
Now, you stayed there that night. You stayed in the couch fort thing in the fireplace room. The next day, did you stay there or did you leave?
I left.
Early?
Very early.
Okay. Camera showed you leaving about 6:55. Would that be about right?
Yes.
Okay. And that day, you and Chandler continued texting a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize. I just found one more set of messages I wanted to talk about from the night before. Just before you got to the house and you were doing the target pickups, Exhibit 529, is that a series of messages kind of after you got off work?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 529 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No.
They are received.
And my apologies for just going backwards just a second. But before you got to Chandler's the night before with the groceries, 520, you tell him you're going to keep your clothes in your car. And Chandler, again, says something about peroxide. Can you read that message?
Okay. I do kind of need the Swifter and peroxide and stuff.
Okay. So that's the third time that day he had texted you about peroxide to bring it, right?
Yes.
So the next day you wake up early and you leave before 7. And like you said, you were in communication with Chandler all day. I'll show you exhibit number 531. Is that a series of messages ending on the last one on the second and then starting again on the third?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you it's marked as 530. Just in general, what is that photograph?
Chandler walking to Fleet Farm.
You know that location?
Yeah, Chandler walking into Fleet Farm. I'd like to buy a top. The biggest one you have. 2 tops.
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 531 and 530 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
Can we approach real quick?
Sure.
What were your plans that day when you left early? It was a Saturday. Now we're into July 3rd.
My plans for the day?
Yeah. What was your general plans?
Go to my mom's, hang out with the dogs, Chewbacca and Muffin. See my brother and have Chandler come over later.
And that night, what were you going to do?
See the fireworks with my brother.
That day when you left, were you aware of what Chandler's plans were?
To do chores.
He had mentioned chores a couple times. What was your understanding of chores? Did he tell you?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you. Actually, I already did. 531's received in evidence at this point.
Yes.
Okay. You're texting Chandler in the morning. First one, 7:32. You say breakfast burrito. What was this in reference to?
What we were going to eat when he came over later.
Okay. Something you were going to make or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read his message for us?
Sounds good. I'm doing shit kind of slowly, to be honest. I'm kind of sore.
Okay. It's at 7:46. You say, I could have helped you this morning?
Yes,
What was that in reference to?
doing his chores.
Okay.
Doing his chores. I'm grounded and I have chores. I'm 23 years old. Elon Musk needs me and I have chores. And I built us a couch fort. Oh, this is his legacy, folks. This is the mark that he left on the world. This trial, this story, the most pathetic fucking loser 23-year-old in history, beaten only by Grant Amato, who didn't have a girlfriend and had a giant head.
Did he ask you to help him?
No,
And why did you send that message that you would have helped him?
since I thought he was having a hard time with his legs and the injury.
Yeah, right, Patricia. His and hers tops, please. I'd like a pink top and a blue top. Big.
Could have helped him get it done easier, and it wouldn't have been as hard for him.
He responds 7:47. Can you read his response?
Yeah, I know. I'll be right back. I'm going to the dump.
Yeah, I'm going to the dump that's closed on a holiday weekend. You know, he's really bad at looking things up, isn't he? The parade in White Lake was on Saturday, not Sunday, which was in conflict with the text he sent himself from his mother's phone saying, yes, we're going to the parade on Sunday, all set for the parade on Sunday. The cops are like, no, there wasn't one. Because the cops look things up, you moron.
You read your response to that at 7:48.
B, did you load the card by yourself? You can barely walk. I should have at least helped you with that.
Chandler tell you what he was taking to the dump?
I don't remember.
At some point he texts you though at 7:49. What does he say?
Never mind. It's closed.
And you reference it's the holiday weekend.
Correct.
At some point, just a series of messages from you, and then this one comes at 8:38. What do you say there?
Hey, did you pass out?
That's a question mark. Why would you send a message like that, or why did you send a message like that?
I was worried because of the head injury. If he's overexerting himself, he might push himself too hard and pass out.
Okay. And you had sent him a series of...
I think he is passed out all the time, isn't he? When he's awake, he just fucking zombie face over there. I mean, the only time we've really seen him, to be fair, is the week where he probably didn't get any sleep at all. Maybe like crashed for half an hour here and there in between cutting up his parents and burning their heads and whatever. You know, I mean, when did that guy sleep in 8 days? You know? Cat's around the house, so he's really nervous that she's going to go into the freezer or find evidence or find a clue. I mean, you're not going to sleep at all.
Of messages that he hadn't responded to. Correct?
Correct.
Now, that morning, when you left the house early, you've already testified that he was going to do chores, and then there was some text about the dump. Did Mr. Halderson say he was going anywhere else that you knew of that morning?
Not at that time.
Did he say anything to you about going to Fleet Farm, that's kind of farm supply store out near Windsor, that morning?
Not that I recall.
Did you know he was going there?
No.
I'll move to display 530.
You may.
Is that Chandler walking into Fleet Farm?
Yes.
And if that was a screenshot of a video taken that morning just after you left, you don't know anything about why he'd be there, right?
No.
Okay.
Bill.
At some point that day, after you left, did you notice that Chandler was did you look at his Snapchat map to look at where he was?
Yes.
And did you become worried or concerned in some way?
Yes.
Showing it's been marked as exhibit number 532. What is that?
Yeah, I did become worried or concerned when I logged into Snapchat and I was like, what's he doing out in this remote location by the Wisconsin River when he told me he was doing chores? You know, I better take a screenshot of this. And he only, the reason that she had access to his Snapchat location is because he cheated on her, right, with someone else. And then she said, as a condition of them getting back together, that she wanted access to his Snapchat location until she could regain full trust. I mean, there's something poetic about that, you bad boy.
A screenshot of Chandler by the Wisconsin River.
Okay. And how's he labeled? What's his name there?
Hubby.
And what time is that?
8:58.
Okay. I think previously I said the second, I meant the third. We're now in the Saturday, but was this taken on Saturday morning?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you take this screenshot of Chandler's location?
I didn't know why he was there, and so I was curious.
Did you know where this location was?
Yes.
And how did you know where this location was?
I'd been there before with Chandler.
Tell us about it.
It's a little spot where we can park our car and walk down to the Wisconsin River for swimming.
Okay. How many times do you think you've been there?
Two or three times.
I'm going to move to publish 532.
You may. Was it received? Okay.
Is this that screenshot?
Yes.
And that's the location, right?
Yes.
What did you do when you saw that?
Pardon?
Yeah, what did you do when you saw that location? You took a screenshot. Did you do anything else with that information?
I asked him what he was doing there.
Okay. And what did he respond?
He was going to pick up CBD and he was passing through there.
He was passing through. Did you try to call him?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from that conversation about what he said or why he was where he was?
He was picking up CBD for the pain. He didn't want to tell me that he was picking up CBD because he was scared I was going to be disappointed in him.
And around that time that you took that screenshot, was that when all of these messages were being sent that we looked at in this exhibit where no one was responding to you? Ending with, hey, did you pass out?
That was before I took the screenshot.
Right. Same morning though?
Same morning, yes.
Were you having trouble communicating with Chandler that morning between 8 and 9, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. prior to, well, I said a different way. When was the last time you were at that location, that out by the Wisconsin River with Chandler, approximately?
That summer with his friend Smith.
Is that Andrew Smith?
I don't know his first name. He always just went by Smith.
Okay. What was your understanding of how Chandler knew this Smith guy?
They were video game buddies.
The rest of that day, July 3rd, I think you had mentioned that there was some plans to meet up later, fireworks, something like that.
Yes.
Tell me about that. You went to some fireworks?
Yes, I went to see fireworks with my brother and a friend of his.
Did Chandler go with you?
No.
Did you see Chandler again that day?
Yes, he stopped by to eat and we watched some TV together, and then he left before my brother came home.
Okay. Was that your house or your mom's house?
My mom's home.
Okay. How was he acting that day?
Tired. Exhausted.
Did you ask him about that, being tired?
I don't remember.
Okay. That night, after Chandler left your house and you went to the fireworks, did you see each other again that night?
No. I stayed at my mom's home.
And Chandler was not with you?
No.
Did you know what his plans were? Did he tell you what he was going to do that night?
Take care of the dogs because they get riled up with fireworks and do more chores.
This night or any of the nights we're talking about in question from that whole kind of week period from the 30th till the 8th of July, but specifically this night, do you know of any reason, or did Chandler mention anything to you about a reason to go up near the Wisconsin River at night near Portage?
Thanks so much, Laura, again for the support on coffee.com. We've got so many coffees tomorrow, guys. We've had 6 cups already tonight, and we're just buzzing. We're just buzzing, and it's 5:15. God.
No.
And was there ever, in your mind, did you ever know of any plan for Chandler late at night, 10 or even later, to be up in that area?
No.
Next day, the 4th of July, you slept at your
Really appreciate this shout out as well, Laura. Thank you, Laura.
mom's. Chandler slept at his house. 4th of July. What's the general plan that day for you?
To grab breakfast with my brother's friend, have Chandler come over so we could all go to the farm, do some shopping with my brother and his friend, and then that night go back to Chandler's.
Okay. There was a plan to go to the farm.
Yes.
Who all went to the farm that day for the 4th of July?
Chandler, myself, my brother, and his friend all went, but my mother, Cress, and Mike and Papa were there as well.
I'd love to see the video of this event up at the farm on the 4th of July. I mean, this is the Sunday, right? So he killed his parents on the 1st, which would have been 3rd, 2nd, the Thursday, right? I mean, I guess he had the fire that night or the next day. So he's already done all of this work and this gruesome activity. This stuff that, I mean, no normal person, how could you even go through the motions? I mean, even if you just said, right, this is an ugly job and I've just got to get done because, you know, I just don't think many people could actually bring themselves to physically go through the mechanical motions involved with sawing your dad's head off and putting it in the fireplace. I mean, There's something wrong with this guy, right? There's something. It's not just that he's a stupid, lazy, fucking nothing kid that got caught in a bunch of lies. There's actually something fucked up in his brain, right? There must be to do what he did.
When you got to the farm, were you with Chandler most of the time?
Yes.
Did you walk around the property at all?
Yes, but not very far since he couldn't walk.
What kind of things did you talk about while you and Chandler were walking, whatever distance you did around the property?
About how far back the property goes, which I talk about often with people. The wildflowers.
Oh,
when you say,
bless her little heart. She's just talking to people about the property. Yes, and our field goes to if you can see the elm tree back there, the field stretches all the way down to the elm tree, and these wildflowers have been growing for several seasons now, and blah, 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 blah. And the honeybees, this is where we make the honey. She's giving a little tour of the property. You know what her personality's like. We've seen her in the interrogation. This isn't her personality. She's closed off. She's sealed up. She's locked down tight, because she's protecting herself. She's self-protection mode, and she's just locked down, locked down, locked down, But you can just imagine her being personable and friendly. This is our honeybee area, and these are the wildflowers. And if you look down there, you'll see the elm tree.
Say how far back the property goes. What do you mean by that?
Whenever I bring people there, I generally point out where our property line ends.
To your knowledge, had Chandler ever been there alone?
Not before then.
And had he been there often with you prior to this?
Yes.
That night, the 4th of July, you're at the farm. What type of things do you do in general at the farm that night?
We walked to the chicken coop to see the chickens. We ate with my family. We did a little walk up to the pool, and then we later swam in the pool.
Did Chandler get in the pool?
Yes.
And how late if you had to guess, how late were you at the farm that night?
I don't recall the time.
Did you leave at some point and go somewhere else?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I drove my brother's friend back to our home with Chandler. And by home, I mean my mom's home. And he left, and I picked up my clothes.
And where did you sleep that night?
Is this Sunday, the 4th?
Sure. This is the 4th of July. Yep, Sunday.
I slept at Chandler's home that night.
Okay. So when you say you picked up your clothes, what do you mean by that?
I started a load of laundry at my mom's home, and it was left in the wash, and I brought it to Chandler's to dry it in his dryer.
And in Chandler's home, where's the laundry at?
The laundry room is right next to his room, which is on the upper story where his parents' room and the guest room is.
Did you and Chandler do anything else that night once you got back over to the Halderson place?
We put my clothes in the dryer and then went to his mom's coworker's home, Dan.
What'd you do there?
Lit off some fireworks.
Anything unique happen lighting off fireworks, or is that just a normal thing?
Normal for the 4th.
Did Chandler burn himself at all?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember at any point Chandler burning himself the entire weekend or week you were with him?
He said when he was making burgers for me, he burned it on the grill.
Did you see that, or is that what he just said?
Pardon?
Did you see that?
I don't think Chandler's been diagnosed with anything. I mean, who gives a fuck now? I mean, maybe they should donate him to science and we can discover a new mental illness or something. I don't know. I mean, what the fuck? Just psychopath? I don't know. Cluster B, cluster A, I don't know. What is it? What is it? Just fuckheaditis.
Happened, or just nobody said?
That's what he said.
That night, did you sleep in the couch fort again or somewhere else?
On the bed in his room.
Okay. Why, was there any discussion with Chandler about why now it's okay to sleep in the bed versus on the couch fort?
The couch was bothering my back.
Okay. That night, was it a peaceful night's sleep both in the bed or was it restless a little bit?
It was restless.
Tell me about that.
The dogs were freaking out with the fireworks. At one point, Izzy, the older dog, who's around 15, fell down the stairs. And it was hard to keep them calm with all the fireworks going off.
What did Chandler do when the dog fell down the stairs?
When she fell down the stairs, he laid down with her and was making sure she was okay and petting her.
Okay. Were you asleep at that time in his room?
No, I wasn't asleep.
Okay. Were you and Chandler, about how long was Chandler away from you that night while you guys were sleeping? While you were in his room, excuse me.
Can you say that a little louder?
Yeah, you mentioned that Chandler went downstairs with the dog. About how long of a period was he away from you dealing with that?
I don't know.
Okay. What were your plans the next day?
To go to work.
Back to Monday, so now it's a weekday, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you woke up and you left for work early, I would imagine?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you an exhibit marked in this case as 533. This appear to be the text messages, at least some of them, between you and Chandler that day, Monday, July 5th.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 533 into evidence.
No
Any
objection.
objection other than the standing objection? They are received. They may be published.
I'm going to go to the second page. In general, you're texting about work life, your work, frustrations maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, as far as you knew, were you going to be at this job that you were at long term?
I was under the impression I would leave in August.
And where were you going to go?
Down to Florida.
At 11:30 on the 5th, what does Chandler text you?
Don't piss them off till we know for sure we are moving.
And you respond, I won't.
Correct.
He says, okay. You say something else. You say, Greyhound isn't too expensive for a trip to Titusville. You say that at 11:46 on the 5th. What is that about?
Since Chandler expressed he couldn't fly down to Titusville, we were looking at alternatives for him to go, and I looked at Greyhound prices.
Okay. When you say we were looking at alternatives, who was more so looking at alternatives, you or him?
Me.
You?
Yeah. I was doing all the work for this fake, pointless activity. We were looking at alternatives, but mostly me. Chandler had his scuba diving assignment, so he was very busy with that.
You say Greyhound isn't too expensive, no pressure, just saying.
Correct.
You read what Chandler says.
Nope, 870 for a straight shot to Orlando.
And you respond, what? All this occurring just before the noon hour on Monday. And then Chandler says, Uber is $200 to Titusville, meaning the Greyhound plus the Uber. And you say it was $240 to go straight to Titusville. What are you looking at when you're doing this?
I was looking at the Greyhound website.
So you thought it'd be about $240. What did Chandler text you?
So like $1,000 to get there with not much of my stuff. You respond, WTF, where am I? Or he responds, what WTF, where am I looking? And you say,
You're very off, essentially, is what that message means, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, is his response. Around this time, you were looking up how Chandler could get to Florida, right?
Yes.
Show exhibit number 534 in this case. What is that?
It's a screenshot of the Greyhound website of me looking up a trip to Titusville from Madison.
And you took the screenshot?
Yes.
Did you send this to Chandler?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the middle of those text messages, right?
Yes.
Move 534 in evidence.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Sure.
No objection.
And you may publish.
Yeah, 534. What are we looking at there?
The price for a trip from Madison to Titusville, Florida on Greyhound.
You took the screenshot, right?
Correct.
Who did you send it to again?
Pardon?
Who did you send it to?
Chandler.
Show you this in Mark. In this case, is exhibit number 536, and I'll show you 537. Get the trip. 536. Is that another set of messages between you and Chandler that day, July 5th?
Correct.
What is 535? What is that?
Oh, sorry. It's a screenshot of UW clinic.
Okay. And did you take that
Yes, I did.
in relation to what? Why did you take this screenshot?
That's where Chandler said he was going to have his appointment for that day.
Okay. I'll move 536 and 535 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection as to the texts?
No objection.
They are received.
So we're still on that day, July 5th. But we're in the afternoon, and you text me. Can you read that last one?
Text me when you get to your appointment.
And we're about 1:30, aren't we?
Yes.
Chandler says, yes, dear. Then a series of messages starting at 1:40. You say, essentially. 1:40 again. I love you. It's going to be okay. Can you read what Chandler says?
Either way, you and me are going to be happy.
You say?
Very true.
And then at 2 o'clock, 2:01 exactly, Chandler says what?
Made it a bit ago and checked in.
What was your understanding?
And you just know he's thoughtlessly sending these messages just to keep her at bay, just to keep her settled. Okay, pause the game, write a quick message. Either way, you and me are going to be happy. Okay, bye. Got to get back to the game.
Ending of where he had gone.
To the location that I had screenshotted for his appointment.
And why again did you take this screenshot for Chandler's appointment?
Because I was trying to leave work early to be able to take him myself.
Okay. But you didn't take him that day, did you?
No.
So I'll move to publish 535 if I haven't.
You may.
Okay. You looked up UW Health on Science Drive.
Correct.
How did you get this location, or how did you know this was the location you'd be going to?
Chandler told me it was on Science Drive.
At that point, after he says he made it, checked in at just after 2, what does he say?
Be right back.
You say, you got this. Yeah.
Bearing in mind, he's actually driving to this place, right, so that she can check his location. And just waiting for the appointment now. He drives to the place and stands there for an hour, or sits in his car. What the fuck? This guy is not right in the head. Just the collection of things that he's done and the logic he's assigned to his actions is like, what the hell are you doing? Just get a job. Okay, you can't get a job other than working at McDonald's because you're a fucking dipshit nothing kid with no imagination? Okay, well, do that. You know, you would feel better about yourself serving fucking French fries. Fucking hell.
You ask him about what you're doing later, 219, but then Chandler sends you a message. What does that say?
Just need you to know because I have horrible reception.
Yeah, it's the reception's fault. No, can't even load Snapchat. He's just turned his data off. And now he's going to do this thing where he sends text messages, right? Not iMessages. And he sends double messages, 2 messages. So it looks like, oh, something must be wrong with the signal. But really, he's just strategically planning that out and just say, if I send 2 messages, if I send a duplicate message, it'll make it look like I'm in a really bad signal area. He's such a fucking conniving piece of shit.
Then it was sent again? Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay, and just read that again if you could.
Just need you to know because I have horrible reception.
Yeah, I'm delighted too, Jane. It's a fantastic trial. It's a crazy story that you never really get to the point of fully understanding because that would be impossible. So it's always good to come back and just have a look at. And I think this move of, having a look at the before and after thing with Cathryn Mellender is really interesting because you see these 2 polar opposites of her person. One side you've got absolutely personable, bordering on inappropriately informal, given the setting of being in a murder investigation. And on this side in court, we've got this super clinical, it's polar opposites of the same person. So you get a really good range of her deal, Yeah, do join us on Discord, guys. Link in the description to Discord. Anyone who isn't on Discord with us, you're missing out because it's nothing but Metrix fun all day, every day.
Your understanding at that time is that he was at the UW Health Hospital on Science Drive, or the clinic?
Correct.
You respond, okay. Then what do you say there?
Do they not? I meant to say, do they not have Wi-Fi?
Okay. What do you say after that?
We can snap if that's easier.
Why would that be easier?
Because they generally have Wi-Fi at all UW Health clinics. And so if he doesn't have reception on his phone, we could still snap with the Wi-Fi.
Now, we're talking about text, you're texting, and now you're texting about snapping. But in the realm of this conversation, a couple questions. When you're texting someone, just on the normal Apple iPhone, and you're texting someone, absent something crazy, you're not seeing their location, at least in your experience, right?
On the Apple location?
In these text messages, this isn't how you looked at where Chandler's location is, right? It was Snapchat.
Correct.
Okay. So if someone in your experience wasn't on Snapchat or able to use Snapchat because they didn't have Wi-Fi or a signal, would you be able to tell where their location is?
No.
Can you turn off on Snapchat the ability of someone to see your location?
Yes.
At 2:23, after arriving at the doctor, what does Chandler say to you?
No connection to even load Snapchat and no Wi-Fi. But I can still get your iMessages. No connection to even load Snapchat and no Wi-Fi.
Did that make sense to you?
The texts or?
That he'd be able to get messages but wasn't getting Wi-Fi or didn't have any service?
Couldn't agree more, Albert. Cat is a caring and nurturing young woman. I hope she meets someone that values her. So do I. Absolutely, 100%. I can't think of anyone more deserving of a valuable, caring, loving partner than Cat Mellender. You know, what a sweetheart.
Just for Snapchat?
No.
Generally, in your relationship with Chandler or anyone else that you've been involved with, or any of your Snapchat friends that you follow their location, are you generally able to see their location when they're in normal cities like Madison?
Yes,
And you work in the healthcare field, right?
I do.
Generally, Wi-Fi available at most of those places?
Yes.
In fact, what do you say to Chandler at 224?
Weird, they all have it. Have it. But maybe it's your carrier.
What does Chandler say?
I'll try and get it on. I'll try and get it on.
Some of those messages were duplicates. Do you know if they were sent twice or they were just received twice? I'll ask a better question. That last one, where there were duplicate messages, 2 in a row. I'll try to get it on. I'll try to get it on. One possibility is someone actually wrote that message out, sent it, and there was some glitch in the system and it got sent twice, right?
Objection, speculation, and lack of foundation.
I think the witness has testified to some electronic savvy enough that.
Oh, thanks, Shane. We got 62. 62 out of 62. Good job, guys. Good job, Metrix crew.
I think I'll let the question be asked and answered if she can.
Sure. Is one possibility of that same message coming through twice that there was maybe a glitch in the system or someone was in bad service area and the message just went through twice?
Yes.
Is another possibility that someone actually wrote that out and sent it twice purposefully?
Yes.
So at 3:25, maybe an hour into this, after the bad service, Chandler texts you. Can you read these for me?
Hi, hun. Heading home. They took an x-ray and a CT scan. Nothing bad on the x-ray.
At that point, I think you testified you didn't drive Chandler to the doctor's appointment.
No.
Did you FaceTime with him while he was there?
At the appointment?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
And did you see his location, his Snapchat location? Was he at any doctor's appointment that you could tell?
Not that I saw.
And so kind of like I asked you before with the jobs and the school, absent what Chandler was telling you.
Hello again, Lego. Yeah, we're still live. It's a long one tonight. We're determined to see this through, to get through to the end of Cat Mellender's testimony. We've got about 37 minutes to go. Is that right? I think so.
Did you have any indication that he, in fact, was at any doctor's appointment? Do you know for sure?
No.
But after Chandler says nothing bad on the x-ray, just read kind of what you responded.
Florida.
And what'd you say?
Let me see face.
What does that mean to you guys?
Generally, when we miss each other, we'll ask to see face, which means we'll send each other a Snapchat of our face.
Okay. After you ask to see his face, how does Chandler respond?
CT scan, hun.
You ask him what was on it. No bad news. Can you read his response to you?
They haven't determined anything. Both my legs like they were and all. I gotta wait to hear what they determined.
Read your first response to that.
I mean, soreness and stiffness is normal after whiplash and an accident.
And the next one.
Especially with how much your fam wouldn't let you move around your house.
What did this message mean? Why did you say that?
at the time staying in the basement because it was a darker room because he had sensitivity to the light, and his mom didn't want him doing much because she was really concerned about him, hurting himself or maybe passing out, lifting things. So he just generally stayed in there.
What you knew about his restrictions in the house, was that just from what Chandler had told you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Krista about that?
No.
You read his response at 3:28.
No need to be worried. Just gotta wait.
And next one.
FaceTime when you get off.
Shortly thereafter, you say, "So we're not worried," and read his response for us if you could.
I am.
Meaning he's worried?
Yes.
And your response?
They're sure you're fine.
You just could read your messages to him at this point, starting at 3:29.
What? Snap me back. Sir. Are you okay?
What does he say?
Sorry.
And you say?
Are you okay?
What are these messages? Did you know what was going on? You were sending him a series of messages. Did you have any idea of why he wasn't getting back to you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When you say snap me back, even though maybe we didn't see it, does that indicate did you send a snap to him around that time? Sorry, did you respond?
Pardon?
Did you send a snap to him around that time? Is that why you said snap me back?
I don't recall if I sent one then or if I sent one earlier in the day and he just wasn't sending it back.
At 4:19 on Monday, July 5th, can you read what Chandler said to you?
I think so. I'm calling Cress. I need some time up at the water.
And you say, okay.
Correct.
What's that in reference to, just so everyone's on the same page?
So that he can go up to the farm and use the pool.
Okay. Did you go with him that Monday to the farm?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I just was going to be at home.
Did you, again, I think you already testified that Chandler hadn't been out there by himself before to the farm, but did you overhear any sort of conversations with Chandler the day prior, perhaps asking to come out?
Yes.
And who are those who's having that conversation? What people?
My mom and Cress.
Okay. Did you talk to Chandler? In your recollection, do you have any recollection if you talked to Chandler while he was on his way out to the farm?
Yes.
What was he talking about?
About how he wants to use the pool and if I knew if Cress was home and if I could get a hold of her.
Did you see Chandler that night after he left the farm?
Yes.
Where?
At my mom's home.
Did he say anything to you, or do you remember anything about that night?
I remember him telling me he lost the job at SpaceX.
Did he say why he lost the job at SpaceX?
He said while he was working after the injury, they found a lot of errors with what he was doing, and it was like a page long or something like that. And so they were letting him go.
Okay. When you say letting him go, were you under the impression that Chandler had actually started working at SpaceX?
Yes,
And remotely, or how did that work?
remotely.
But he told you he was losing that job that day.
Yes,
So he talked to you about his doctor's appointment that day?
yes.
What did he say about that?
He was going to have lifelong leg numbness.
Lifelong leg numbness?
Yes.
I'm going to need you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer. The fans start to go. Anything else about the doctor's appointment or what they told him?
Yeah, if he hadn't have killed his parents and this series of lies would have continued, he'd have ended up working with Elon on the fucking Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. And then all of a sudden he'd be moving into the Lincoln bedroom in the White House. Yes, Elon wants me to stay in the Lincoln bedroom in the White House. And yeah, Florida was nice for a while, but we're heading to DC now. And they're actually working on a monument, a Chandler Halderson monument in DC, right opposite the Lincoln Memorial. That's what they're doing now in DC, in our nation's capital. Okay, so if you need to call me, it's 001-11111. Okay, thank you, and I'll be in touch, or Elon will be in touch.
Not that I can recall at this moment.
Okay. How was he acting when he told you he'd lost the job at SpaceX?
Sad. Just down.
Okay. Now, in another matter, at any point around this time, so now we're into Monday.
Word there being acting. How was he acting when he lost the fake job that didn't exist with SpaceX? How was he acting? Well, sad, down, mopey, like he needed some emotional support and, me to cook for him. There was often times when he seemed down and needed me to cook for him or do his laundry or go and pick up things from fucking Target and pay for them and clean everything up.
Going into Tuesday, Chandler mentioned anything about
Cat, if you're watching this, I want you to know that I know that you only got duped because you're a really nice person and you didn't see the evil that was in front of you because it's just not in your nature. You're a nice, kind-hearted person, and that's not a bad thing. You shouldn't feel any lacking. You have good nature, and you just make it a point in your life to stay around good-natured people. Don't stay away from the Chandler Haldersons of this world.
About where his parents were?
That they still weren't home and that they were probably still up at the cabin.
Okay. Did you have any impression, or were you told from Chandler when they were coming back from the cabin?
Either Monday or Tuesday morning.
Okay. For sure, it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 537. First couple of messages on there. Does that appear to be, now we're into Tuesday, July 6th, messages between you and Chandler?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 537 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Any objection?
No.
537 is received and may be published.
On July 6, 2021, around 9, now we're into Tuesday in the afternoon. What do you say to him?
Parents home?
What did that mean to you?
Are your parents home?
Had you discussed with Chandler, like, where are your parents before this message was sent? Was this a follow-up, or was this the first kind of time you were asking?
Follow up?
Okay. And was that a verbal conversation where you were asking him where they were?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you in that verbal conversation?
There's poor reception up north, and by the cabin, so that's why he had been hearing from them.
Okay. So you say parents home. Go ahead and read Chandler's response. 905.
No.
What do you say?
Text Mitch.
Mitch is his brother.
Correct.
Why'd you think you should text Mitch?
His parents still weren't home at the time they said they would be, and he wasn't receiving many messages from his mother that weekend, and that was highly unusual since she texts quite often.
Tell me about that. You say when Krista or Bart would be away from Chandler, you were with Chandler a lot of these times when they'd be away, right? Would Krista be in communication with Chandler?
Yes.
How frequently?
Very frequently, always asking what our plans are or just asking how we're doing, letting us know what she's doing, sending pictures of the dogs.
Would it be unusual for Krista to go a number of days without contacting Chandler in your experience of being around Chandler?
Very unusual.
Were you growing concerned at any point?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Like I said, he wasn't hearing from his mother, and usually when they're up north, she'll send photos of the cabin or the lake, especially if they're doing something like maybe I'll get like a little text that her not checking in with Chandler was out of the ordinary and he wasn't hearing from her, then maybe Mitch heard from his mother because she usually texts them both frequently.
That Tuesday, the 6th now, you worked that day, normal day?
Yes.
Okay. And other than the messages maybe we talked about with Chandler, did you spend a lot of time with Chandler that day?
In the evening.
Okay. What'd you do in the evening?
He came over to my mom's house because on Tuesdays we do Buffalo Wild Wings, the BOGO deal on their traditional wings, and we watched Legally Blonde.
Okay. Now the next day, going into the 7th, now we're on to Wednesday. I'm going to show you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 538. Series of messages on that day between you and Chandler.
That's the other thing about this kid. Everything he watches is like super chick flick material. It's like Legally Blonde, New Girl. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just something I've noticed.
Yes.
Said yes?
Yes.
Sorry, we have to answer verbally. And then 540.
Pretty in Pink. That was another one. Pretty in Pink, Legally Blonde, New Girl. Okay.
Just more messages that day, but in a different exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 538 and 540 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They are received and may
Thank
be
you.
published.
Before I show the messages in general, what was the plan that Wednesday? Was that a work day for you?
That Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yes, it was a work day for me.
Okay. I'll show you exhibit number 538. At some point you ask, 538, you ask Chandler, where are you going? Something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And he says what?
Farm, but no one here, so leaving.
Okay. When he said farm, what was your understanding of where he was or where he was going?
The family farm.
Where you'd been on the 4th of July?
Yes.
And where Chandler had been on the 5th?
Yes.
Okay. You kind of invite him to swim if he needs to?
Yes.
There's a message with no content there at 10:16. Chandler texts you. What does he say?
I feel weird.
And you
Why?
say what? You say why?
Yes.
10:54. What does Chandler say?
Sorry, I'm stressed, hon.
You say it's okay. You can swim if you need to. Do you know if Chandler ended up at the farm that day?
Pardon?
Do you know if Chandler ended up out at the farm that day?
Yes, by the texts.
And do you know how long he stayed or what he did there?
No,
Were you with him?
no.
Were you in communication with anyone else about Chandler going out to the farm that day?
Yeah, it is 6 a.m. God. And the sun's still not up. Goddamn daylight saving time. It's messed with my body clock. Plus the 6 coffees. That's 1 coffee for every hour. So please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Link in the description, or write in shotguns, even put it right here. Right here in the chat is a great way to support the channel. Thanks, guys. Closing up. We're closing up. We've got 22 minutes left. 22 minutes left, guys. That's not long at all. And then we're going to get some sleep. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll just stay up the whole damn day, the whole week, like Chandler Halderson did.
Can I ask a better question? Were you texting with your mom about that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go out to the farm that day?
Wednesday?
On Wednesday, the 7th.
No.
After the 4th of July, that weekend in general, remember earlier when I asked you about the Target pickups you did and the things you brought to Chandler for the cookout?
Yes.
Did you ever take those Target bags out to the farm?
No.
Okay. Would that be something you would ever do, is bring your garbage out to the farm and throw it away in a garbage can out there?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you, it's been marked in this case, is exhibit number 538. In general, can you just tell me what that is, what it looks like?
The garbage bins on the farm and a Target bag.
It's 159. Sorry, that was 158. This is 159. What is that?
The inside of the bin.
And these are garbage bins you've seen before while you were out there?
Yes.
Okay. 160. What does that look like?
A Target bag.
I asked you earlier, were there labels on those bags that you get when you do grocery pickups?
Yes.
What is 161?
My Target pickup number with my first initial, last name, and the date.
Okay. And that date is July 1st.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 164. Is that just a little bit more of an overview of that Target bag?
Yes.
Okay. 165, same thing. Is that what it is?
Yes.
166.
Yes.
And 167.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all they appear to be the Target bags that you picked up on those Target pickups?
Yes.
Okay. I would move 158, 159, 160, 161, 164, 165, 166, and 167 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection. Objection. Thank you.
Yeah, no objection, because it's all totally legit and we don't have any legal basis to object. In fact, we don't even know why we're here. We have no case.
They are received. They may be published.
158, those are the garbage bins at the farm?
Correct.
And I think you described what was in front of it, but what did that appear to be?
A Target bag.
Okay, there's 158, 159. What are we looking at there?
The inside of the bin.
160. What are we looking at there?
A Target bag.
I'll jump around a bit. 167. Is that just a close-up of the Target bag?
Correct.
I think we had a few of those. 166, 165. But in 164, another close-up of the bag, where I'm pointing at the bottom of the photograph, is that one of those labels?
Yes, it is.
And in 161, is that a
Lego person, there was really no defense. The defense was like, you don't know what happened. You don't know exactly what happened. So you could doubt it. It was like, yeah, but we've got all the evidence and testimonies and, the motive and everything. And they're like, yeah, but you don't know what happened. Could there have been a terrible accident? We don't know. And it's like, well, if there was, Chandler would know, and he could have testified and told us all what happened, and then we could have made up our minds whether he was credible. But that didn't happen. So we're just left with this huge stack of evidence against him because the state really made a point of delivering their case, putting on their case as if they were going up against a really good defense. They were like, okay, we're crossing every box here. We're not leaving anything to chance. And it was kind of funny just to watch they didn't call a single witness, I don't think, not a single one. They barely objected to anything, and they barely cross-examined any of the state's witnesses. They gave an opening statement, which was weak, and a closing statement, which was borderline offensive. That was it. But every defendant has a right to a trial if they choose to have one, and that doesn't evidently mean that they actually have to put one on. They just have to go through the motions. There was no defense.
Close-up of that label?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When it says date put on hold, is that the date you ordered it?
Yep, the date I ordered it.
Okay. Kat, did you dump off that Target bag out at the farm?
No.
If the bag inside of it had rags that were...
I'm wondering if she feels any sort of betrayal, like she's betraying Chandler. I mean, if she does, that's horrible. She shouldn't feel that way. He did this. It's his actions. And, but, she's probably still undoing all of the lies and everything. She's probably feeling conflicted. I think that comes across in her demeanor on the stand. Internal conflict.
Covered in a red substance. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Do you know where it would have come from?
No.
Where would that bag have been last, in your knowledge?
The Halderson resident.
And you have any knowledge at all of how whatever was in that bag got in that bag?
No.
Okay. So around that time that Chandler said he was going back out to the farm, he was stressed. I think you identified 540, which was another set of messages from that same day. If I haven't, I'll move 540 into evidence.
I think that you have.
Okay.
And which day, if you can restate the day.
Sure. So we're on the 7th.
Thank you.
Can you read the first message we have on here from Chandler on the 7th around 11:22?
Going to police.
What does he say next?
Can I have $5 for a soda and chips?
It would have been better if he'd have blamed the Latin kings. Yeah, good one, Lego person. I think, Luis Rivera came up from Miami. He drove to Madison and he murdered my parents. And then he said, you need to get a job with Elon Musk. And
and what did you respond?
I don't have $5, B.
What did he say? Can you give me $5 for can you give me can I have $5 for soda and chips? I mean, Jesus Christ. I think I said this last night, but if anyone's boyfriend or husband sends them a text saying, "Can I have $5 for soda and chips?" leave them immediately. Leave them immediately. They're worthless. They're garbage. They're nothing. Fuck that. Can I have $5 for soda and chips? I mean, even if it was for something important, you know, you don't have fucking $5, you fucking worthless shitbag. No, you can't have $5 for soda and chips. Fuck off.
For soda and chips.
And what did you respond?
I don't have $5, B.
Going to police, around that time, was there a discussion again of why he was going to the police?
He has to report his parents missing.
Okay. At this point, what had he told you about his parents being missing? So you knew they were scheduled to come back, but what did you learn since that would cause Chandler to go to the police?
His mom had an appointment for her cancer, and it was very important, so it was very unusual for her to miss that.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I imagine she would be pretty good at keeping time with her, you know, important cancer doctor's appointments, right? Important appointment. Yeah, one of those cancer things. So better get that, you know, put it on the calendar in red pen.
Conversation with Chandler about whether he should or shouldn't make a missing persons report for his parents.
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I said he should. They've been gone for so long and he hasn't heard from them.
Did he say anything about what was going into his decision on whether to report them missing or not report them missing yet?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Did Chandler tell you anything about why he hadn't made a missing persons report at that time?
Like until then, like why that day?
Yeah.
Because he thought they were just running late and
Hey, thanks so much, Ryden, for that extra cup of coffee, that little cup of Joe. Thank you, Ryden. That's, you know, you're just a wonderful person, Ryden, and it's so nice to have you here.
The deciding factor to report them missing was his mom missing that appointment.
Now, the next day, July 8th, Thursday, you were supposed to go to work, right?
Correct.
That night, the police had been involved in Chandler's house and talking to people, right?
Correct.
Were you one of those people talked to by the police?
On Thursday?
Yeah. Sure.
Can you restate the question? I apologize.
No, you're doing great. Did you go with Chandler to report his parents missing?
I did not go with him to report them missing.
Okay. Do you know, were you over at Chandler's house when the police came over that night?
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
I was not there.
Okay. The next day, you went to work and tell me about work that day.
I was very emotional and upset and just very distraught, and I just couldn't be there because I was really worried about his parents. And so I talked to my bosses about leaving early so I could go be at the house with Chandler and wait until we...
You see, this is partly what I'm talking about. This is why she's maintained such a clinical disposition throughout her testimony, right? It's because these triggering points, taking herself back to that place, those circumstances of being in work that day and being so worried about his parents and just needing to be there for Chandler, and she just had to leave, right? The boss said, go home, you know, look after yourself. We'll take care of things here. We'll hold down the fort, you know. This is why, I mean, she'd have been like this throughout her entire testimony if she hadn't been so clinically deposed in this time on the stand, right? And right at the end here, 10 minutes before the end, it's got her, and she's breaking down. Come on, Cat, keep it together, Cat. Stay strong, Cat.
But how long did you make it at work that day before you left?
Really, so
Are people still finding her annoying and immature? I mean, look at her. She's breaking down. Poor little thing.
I could go be at the house with Chandler and wait until he...
But how long did you make it at work that day before you left?
Yeah, I just want to give her support and a big hug, Tell her it's going to be okay.
Was there max 30, 40 minutes?
Okay. And where did you go after you left?
I stopped at my mom's home to grab groceries so I could go to the house and cook for Chandler while we waited.
Yeah, she's gonna cook for him again, even though he's not upset at all.
When you got to the house, was anyone else there?
No, he's at home playing fucking Tarkov, putting into Google, where does the messenger take the hidden item in Escape from Tarkov? She's fucking crying at work, upset, just needs to get there and take care of him and cook for him. He's just like, where in game do I find the hidden item? What a loser.
When I pulled up, Chandler was outside talking to...
We do appreciate the likes, guys. Ryden said it first, but, I'll back it up. 3 more and we maintain that 100%. We got 67 in stream, but only 64 likes. Let's get another 3. Let's keep it going. Keep that status high.
Reporters.
At any point, did any other members of Chandler's family show up at the house?
Yes.
Who?
Mitch and his fiance.
Did Mitch stay outside or did he come in?
He came in the home.
And what did Mitch do?
Yeah, Mitch started asking questions, a lot of questions. What do you mean they've gone to the cabin without letting us know? What do you mean they've taken all the cash out of the safe and all the booze from the house when they don't drink or spend money ever? What do you mean they've gone to a casino and skipped out on work without letting anyone know? What is this, Chandler? This isn't mom and dad, Chandler. Okay, I know because I'm also their son, right, Chandler? So what's up, Chandler? Give me the keys to the cabin, Chandler. We're taking a drive to Langlade County and we're checking the lake. Okay, Chandler? We think something's up, Chandler.
Yeah, walked around the house, trying to see if there's anything that Chandler maybe missed about his parents leaving.
As Mitch walked around the house...
Yeah, trying to see if there's anything Chandler missed, or just checking it for themselves and backing up his story, or finding massive, gaping holes in his story.
What did Chandler do?
He followed him.
You followed him?
Yes.
Later that day, you were asked to go to the...
I love it when it cuts to the attorneys here, right? And both of them at different times, not so much here, but both of them at different times seem to be nodding along with the witnesses going, yeah, this is fucking tragic, man, we're not going to win this, are we? This is hook, line, and sinker. This is fucked for us. But we feel for the witnesses.
Police station downtown, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And was Chandler asked to do the same?
Yes.
You were brought down here by the police, right?
Yes.
Were you in the same car or different cars when they brought you down here?
I was in a...
You're doing okay.
I was in a different squad car than Chandler.
Okay. Did you go into an interview room with the police?
Yes, I did.
And did they ask you questions?
Yes.
Do you know about how long you were down here that night?
A couple hours.
Did you answer all of their questions?
Yes.
At that point, and I'm asking about what your mindset was at the time, did you believe that you or Chandler had done anything wrong at that point?
No.
Okay. Were you emotional during that interview?
Yes.
How do you express your emotions sometimes?
I cry a lot, or if I get too anxious, or emotional, I start vomiting.
Those things were happening that night?
Yeah.
Police asked at times to look at your phone and photographs and things of that sort?
Pardon?
And did you show them anything they wanted to see?
See, she always turns away when she removes the mask to wipe her tears, you know. She does not want to be visible. She's really liking having that mask, and, you know, good on her for that.
Anything they wanted, yeah, I gave to them.
Why was it important to you to cooperate at that time?
Because I just believed his parents were missing. And I just want them to be found.
So you can tell us if you need a break or if you want to keep going.
I'd say it's worse what he's done to this poor girl than what he did to his parents. And what he did to his parents is pretty fucking bad, right? But this poor girl's going through all this for what? Because you wanted to play a video game. And you got caught out lying and taking all your parents' money and not having a job and blah, 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 and leaving fucking dishes in the sink like a twat. You're a fucking twat.
Well, I'm almost done, but it's up to you.
We can keep going.
Okay. Were there any of the police questions that you would not answer?
Not that I can recall.
And did the police contact you after that night to talk again?
Yes.
And did you fully cooperate and speak with them that time?
Yes.
And several times, law enforcement and other people have contacted you to speak about this. And have you cooperated all of those times?
Yes.
You've met with me personally a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
Have you always, in the course of this investigation, done your best to tell the absolute truth of what happened?
Yes.
Now, I'm almost done. And I have to ask, I'm gonna ask a couple questions, and I hope you appreciate why I'm asking them. Were you the person who was with Chandler the most from, let's say, the July 1st, all the way through when you were in the police station getting interviewed on the 8th? Were you maybe the person that, at least in your knowledge, were you the person who was maybe with him the most?
Yes.
And were you the person who, other than Chandler, was based on your knowledge, in the Halderson home the most?
Yes.
Prior to eventually being told what happened by police and perhaps the defense investigators or myself, did you know that Bart and Krista Halderson had died?
No.
And Kat, did you have absolutely anything to do with cleaning anything up or their disappearance?
No.
No further questions, okay?
Okay.
I think we should take a break before cross-examination. We've been here for a good close to hour and 15 minutes. And I certainly, we can't break for the day at this point in time. We'll finish with this witness for everyone's convenience, but let's take a 10-minute break.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you, everybody. Please be seated.
I think he should have just asked the defense if they had any cross-examination, right? I mean, then they would have just said, no, thank you. They always do it in this sing-song voice as well. It's fucking infuriating.
Cross-examination, Attorney Dura.
Thank you. Kat, is it okay if I call you Kat?
Yes.
I just have a couple questions for you, so I won't keep you here super long. We saw a lot of screenshots and pictures that you provided law enforcement. It's not unusual for you to take screenshots and have a lot of pictures of your activities, correct?
No.
And we're just focusing on a particular time frame, but as far as photographs and screenshots, that's about what you do any other month, any other week, correct?
Correct.
I want to take you back to the Halderson household for a little bit. You've probably been there about at least a dozen times. Is that fair?
Yes.
Probably more.
Mm-hmm.
So you're familiar with the layout of the home?
Yes.
And you're probably familiar with how the Haldersons kept the home.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the fact that they didn't have an AC unit, correct?
Correct.
And this summer was particularly hot, correct?
Correct.
So when you were around during the summer, it wasn't unusual for them to have their windows open.
Not unusual at all.
They were also doing renovations around that time, correct?
Correct.
We've seen a couple pictures of the home, and there were what I'll refer to as blankets that were covering some of the furniture. That's not unusual, correct?
Not at all.
And do you know why the blankets were there?
Miss Halderson liked protecting the couches from the dogs because they would jump on there, especially once coming outside.
So that was probably something that was kept year round throughout the house.
The blankets on the couches?
Yep.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, as far as the time you spent.
So this is the big cross-examination, the big key witness cross-examined by Chandler's defense. Did Mrs. Halderson keep the blankets on the couch? And they had the windows open a lot in the summer. Is that true, Miss Mellender?
With the Haldersons, it sounded like you spent a lot of time with them there as a family, if you will, correct?
Correct.
So you've probably had a couple meals with them?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the Haldersons, Chandler, Brett, and Krista enjoyed cold beverages?
Correct.
And they...
She just called him Brett. Brett is Bart's brother. Bart is the dead guy. God, his parents must have had a real sense of humor, huh? What are we going to call our two boys? Well, why don't we call one of them Brett and one of them Bart? And we'll have another one called Brad and another one. Is there anything else? I don't know. Bart, Brett, and Brad.
You mentioned during your direct that in one of the freezers there was a bag of ice.
Correct.
It's not unusual for them to have bags of ice in their household.
No, it's not unusual.
And is that because there was...
It's unusual for them to have 50 bags of ice.
a broken ice maker, or did they even have an ice maker?
The ice maker in the fridge in the kitchen was always broken, and they had a tiny ice maker, a little portable one, but it was slow at making ice.
So sometimes Chandler would go get some ice from Quick Trip. I think that was the nearest place.
Correct.
And sometimes Krista would do that too.
Correct.
Maybe even Bart.
Correct.
You mentioned the dogs, and we've kind of heard about the dogs for a bit. So the Haldersons had two dogs, correct?
Yes, Rizzo and Izzy.
And a couple of times we've heard that maybe perhaps they were kept in the garage when people were coming over. In your experience, would you describe the dogs, and maybe one in particular, as anxious?
Yes.
Maybe jumpy?
Yes.
Bit afraid?
Yes.
And that was it both of the dogs or just one dog?
Rizzo.
Rizzo. And she's the oldest one or the youngest one?
The youngest.
And that was just her personality, correct?
Correct.
Was she nice with you? Did she approach you?
It took her a long time, but yes.
But eventually she warmed up to you?
Yes.
And in particular, around this time, because it's 4th of July, there were a lot of fireworks going off, correct?
Correct.
And that just made her anxious, skittish worse.
Correct.
And as far as the dogs go, Chandler loved these dogs, correct?
Correct.
He took good care of these dogs.
Correct.
You mentioned that I think it was Izzy that fell down the stairs, and he stayed with her to make sure she was okay. Or was that the other dog, Rizzo?
It was Izzy who fell.
Yeah, Chandler was always trying to convince other people that he had a caring nature by pretending he gave a fuck about his dogs.
And as far as Chandler goes, you would agree with me that he's generally a quiet individual.
Correct.
Reserved.
Correct.
You probably bring out more of his personality.
Correct.
We also saw a lot of pictures that you two took together. Was that something that you did often?
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that he's a pretty nerdy guy.
Correct.
He loves Star Wars.
Correct.
Oh, she slipped there. She went back into, man, God, I think she still has some feelings, you know? He's a pretty nerdy guy, and then she sort of did, she acted more like she was in the interview there. Did you see that? Even through the mask, you can see her whole, there was a little sparkle there.
You did often?
Correct.
All these corrects are just straight nods, clinical, composed, and then the question about him being nerdy, she butters up.
And you would also agree with me that he's a pretty nerdy guy.
Correct.
He loves Star Wars.
Almost a little smile there. You can see that there's an eye smile, right? And I don't know if I'm imagining it, but I kind of see her cheekbones. We can't see her mouth, obviously, but do her cheeks flicker into a little smile? I mean, I understand, you know, it's a nostalgic thing. This is only 7 months ago that she was in a completely normal, loving, as far as she knew, relationship. 7 months. Feelings can stick around for a lot longer than that, you know? They don't just turn off because he's a fucking psycho. So, you know, I don't begrudge her for it at all. It's just, we haven't really seen it on the stand. We saw her get upset for that trigger moment, but this was a little different. This was a flicker in the other way.
You did often?
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that he's a pretty nerdy guy.
Correct.
He loves Star Wars.
Correct.
Did you already have Chewbacca before you met Chandler, or did he help you out with that?
I got Chewbacca about 3 weeks after dating Chandler, but I named him.
So you guys had a bond with that, with Star Wars?
Yes, I had an action figure collection that he liked.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Can I approach briefly?
Sure.
Take long.
All right. Back to you, counsel.
You mentioned the Haldersons had a small ice machine in their home.
Yes.
How much, when you say small, what do you mean by that? Like, how quickly would it produce ice?
Maybe like about 3 of these wide and maybe 3 stacks. It was not that big, and it created little ice cubes that you would just scoop and put in your drink, and you would have to constantly add water to keep it going.
The July 1st or July 2nd, around that time, you said the Haldersons sometimes would buy ice, though, if they needed more.
Yes.
Around that time, do you know of any reason why Chandler would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice, more than what was able to be produced at the house in that ice maker?
Can you repeat that?
Right. Do you know of any reason that Chandler, for his own purposes, would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice around July 1st this year?
Not that I can think of, no.
And around that time, you had brought a bag of ice to the house too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there was the ice maker, there was the bag you bought, and then if I ask you if Chandler had bought 2 more bags, there's a lot of ice in the house. around that.
Why did she take so long to answer that? Who needs 20 pounds of ice? I mean, she could have either been thinking to say, well, he did say that he was going to make a swimming pool, an ice bath for the dogs. Or she could say the truth, which would, well, I know now that he was planning on chilling his fucking parents' body limbs and heads. But, you know, why did she take so long to answer that?
That time.
Yes.
No further questions.
And I'll just note for the record.
Yeah, right, Lego. Maybe he was going to make an ice sculpture of Elon Musk to send to Mars.
That I think it's fair to say the dimensions was approximately a foot by a foot cube is what I'm gathering from my angle of view. Any problem with that?
No.
Anything, any dispute with that from the defense?
No.
May this witness be excused?
She is excused.
Is she released from her subpoena?
She is not.
All right. That means, Miss, that you are finished testifying here today, but you're still under the state's subpoena and the defense, if the defense has one, and that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone, and you'll have to wait to find out from the party subpoenaing you when you're released or whether you're being recalled. All right? Thank you so much for your time. You can go ahead and exit. We'll take one more witness.
Wow. Well, we accomplished our mission, guys. We completed the testimony of Cat Mellender. And what a testimony it was. We saw her laugh. We saw her cry. We saw her give a pinky promise. We saw her be worried about her butthole pictures. Sorry, Cat, but you said it, not me. You know, it was an interesting journey, guys. I'm glad we took that together as one Metrix family. Yeah. Well, I think it's 6:36 a.m. The sun's up, and I guess I'm going to go to sleep right now, or try after fucking 18 cups of coffee. Many thanks to everybody in the chat. Patricia Burns, you've been here a long time, Patricia, and Ryden, and everybody else in for the long haul. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. Almost 6 hours on today. Well, I guess we'll be back tomorrow for a Monday afternoon special. What will that special be? Will it be more Chandler Halderson case? Possibly. Or will our Wendy Adelson or Wendy Halderson video be ready by then? It could happen. If we do a full day of edits, it could be ready by tomorrow night, but no promises. Yeah, whatever shows are going to be on tomorrow, it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be one that you will not want to miss. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, get those notifications, and support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. I've been your host, J. Edgar Hoover, coming at you live from the basement of the secret volcano underlayer. With us, as always, is resident sound controlist, a Labrador called Soap. Anyway, we'll be going now, guys. And just thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the great comments. And thank you, Kat, for providing us with great content. And thank you, Rottweiler Investigations. Everyone go and check out Rottweiler Investigations. Hilarious Rottweiler with all of their investigation content. It's fantastic content. See you later, writing. See you later, Lego person, Albert, Veggie Girl, and Capella. Okay, yeah. I never want to leave you guys. I think we should all go out for Bloody Marys. Bloody Marys are on me. Yeah, okay. Or meet you in the blue room or the green room. What is it called? I never know. I never remember. But I'm going to go now. Goodbye. Good night. Goodbye. God bless. Bye.